And hopefully we'll start it. We'll see whether or not we get the echo here in a second. Here you have your bastion of professional broadcasting on the Irongeek cast. Currently, we have Jack and Brian on with me. Hopefully we'll get a few more people on here shortly. I named this particular session from New Albany to Old Albany because I'm going to Albany, New York here very shortly. On with me. There's a con up there called AnyCon. This is the first time I will have been to it. Let me see. As far as other cons I have upcoming, actually, I'm getting kind of close to my cycle for stuff this year. Things start getting spaced out more. I just did Show Me Con and Circle City Con this last weekend. AnyCon's happening this weekend, June 16th and 18th. Then I got B-Sides Cleveland on June 23rd and 24th. Then, hell, I don't know if I have a con lined up until, and this is just attending, October 20 and 22nd. I'll be attending Skydive Con. I got a black badge. Evan doesn't make me do anything there, so I can just be a lazy bastard. Also, Evan's going to be recording B-Sides Augusta this year because he's closer, and it's a real pain in the ass to fly off all the equipment I need to record B-Sides Augusta. But B-Sides Augusta's coming up. I don't know the exact dates, but it's a good conference if you want to go to there. I got GurCon I'll be recording on October 26th and 27th, so way out there. And HackerCon on November 17th and 19th. I think I'll be recording B-Sides Philadelphia also, but we don't have firm dates on that yet. All right, that's pretty much all my announcements. How you guys doing?
Hanging in there.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Right now, I'm flip-flopping over whether or not I should go to ATL or DEF CON.
ATL. What's ATL?
Well, there's DreamSpark in Atlanta the weekend before DEF CON.
Okay.
What's that?
It's basically going to be it's basically just a gaming tournament, and a lot of the people who I know who are pro gamers are going to be there, or semi-pros that want to be pros. They're going to be there, and so I'm not sure if I want to go to that or say fuck them and go to DEF CON.
I was hoping it was some kind of security conference that I hadn't heard of.
No. No, otherwise everybody be all over it.
Yeah.
Have you been to DEF CON before, Jack?
No. I mean, I've been to Vegas around the time, but I haven't been to the actual con itself.
I recommend at least going once. I can understand why people have been a couple times, don't go again for a while, because it is a huge shit show. You're not just going to see the people or talk to the people you want to talk to. There's just so many people there. It's crowded. But it's interesting just to see what's going on.
Well, I mean, I was thinking about because if I do ATL this year, then I'm definitely going to go next year.
Well, if you end up going to DEF CON, give me a yell, because I do pretend to be there, just as an attendee. I'm not liked by all the organizers there, but so be it.
Well, at least they know who you are, so.
That's true. Let me see. Let's go and who is Glorious? The person who has themselves muted. Say hello to the group. Talks aren't as bad as they have been this year. Glorious bastard. All right, talks at what particular conference?
DEF CON.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen what the schedule's like, so I don't know.
This is Virus. Sorry. I wrote this. Well, I'm on the board, so.
Oh, what's up, Virus? Yeah, so the talks are looking a little bit better this year. You all get a shitload of submissions, I imagine.
Oh my God. So ridiculous. So insanely ridiculous.
How exactly do you nail them down? Because I know in DerbyCon, we slightly show a preference toward people who submitted early, just because by the time we get to the end of the list, we're like, we're tired of
No, DEF CON is almost pedantic in the degree that everything is reviewed and analyzed with equal flair. Like, Nikita spends hours upon hours upon hours upon hours filtering out whole swaths of talks that we don't even see just because like they didn't fill out the CFP correctly, or the English is so bad that it was like clearly either Google translated or written by an intern, or like people who just like spam every conference. Like she gets like construction talks and stuff that just make no sense.
Yeah,
and like through all of that, we still end up with like a few thousand to review. It's insane.
But what that problem is, and I got shit once we were submitting, and they said, don't change the form. Well, there's not a fucking form. I was trying to add some structure to what I submitted by putting horizontal lines in and such like that, because there's nothing to separate. They don't have a form. They say, give us this information. But if they actually made a form you could submit this thing on, it'd be more clear that you must submit this, and that.
Yeah. On the to-do list at some point has been get a better submission system working. Because right now, pretty like we use this online kind of third-party system that everybody hates, but like it does the job. And that's the problem, is that like there's so much work with just reviewing talks. Like not a lot of people have a lot of extra time to like, oh, let me go roll an extra web app or something.
Yeah, DerbyCon uses a Google form. That's not perfect either because it throws everything into a spreadsheet format, which is not always the easiest to look through. But at least makes us, you must collect this, and that. So
yeah, but like we can't just implement like pure third party, because we get like cryptid entries from people who are submitting from countries where it's a problem, and that goes to DT directly, and it's such a mess, dude. It's I mean, it'll get fixed, don't get me wrong, but it's like, insert, I don't know, rant about generalized technical debt, and like that exists in human form.
So I can't troll DEF CON with a talk.
I mean, you can try.
Yeah, I need to come up with more talks. The one I did recently, I kind of pulled up my ass, but it turned out okay. The one on frogs, flags, and 4chan, OPSEC versus weaponized autism. I just need to expand it out a little longer. I need to add more stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you could have covered what 4chan did about the Cleveland shooter.
I did not know about that. It might be something we need to
add. They kept he gave out his cell phone number, or they found out about it, and then they just kept pinging his. They kept sending him messages, and some of them he would respond to, and then others he just ignore. But I mean,
all right. Thanks for the tip. I didn't know they even screwed that guy.
Yeah.
All right, let's go look at the show notes and see what we have in here that our friend George Forbush put in. He's the one that actually puts some effort into this. I don't, hardly. So we'll see what he actually has in it. The first story he has up there is Reality Winner and her.
Oh, this fucking bitch.
I think Jack has some opinions about her getting caught via printed security features. First, I don't know how locked down they have. Wait, which brand did she work for? CIA?
NSA.
NSA. Now, I assume they locked down USB ports. She couldn't carry it out on thumb drive because apparently she printed it out. And then when they scanned it in and put it online, the dots that the printer automatically puts on to identify what printer it came from came through on the scan. And
yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. I mean, she was printing TS information.
Okay.
There's no way around it. She printed it out because hey, she can't stick a thumb drive into the equivalent of a zipper network, or even a non-zipper. If the drives aren't GFE, you're not going to get shit out of them. They're locked down heavily, so she printed it out and then folded it up and then tucked it and then walked out of the building with it. And of course, they realized the dots and the folds, which said, "Hey, look, somebody creeped this up out of a secured area." And so then they looked at the file and see who had access to the file, and of course, it was her. And they looked at her history, and it was pretty much open and shut. Any idiot, any first-year forensics person would have figured it out, or a system admin just doing her due diligence would have figured it out that it was her.
Now I've seen people.
And
Go ahead.
I could just go off on a tangent of everything the fuck she did wrong.
Tangent. I like tangents.
It came out that she Googled it.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They went through her web history. They saw where she Googled how to bypass USB filtering or DLP, which you're not going to get around no matter what unless it's not signature based and it's another method. But it was just fucking dumb. It was stupid on her part, and then people saying, well, she's a whistleblower, so she deserves protection. No, the press, the Inquisitor has First Amendment protections, but her as a source and a whistleblower does not. And people need to understand that the government is going to go after the source, especially if they figure out who it is, and they're going to get charged. It's just that fucking simple. That person is not under any First Amendment protection, and because they're not a member of the press, they're just a fucking source. And nobody's going to give them a walk. End of rant.
How do you think she should have got security clearance in the first place? That was the people.
Because she was in the Air Force. She was in the Air Force prior as a language expert. She already had the TS, and when you get out and your TS is just inactive, but it takes a flip of a switch to reactivate it, yeah, she's going to be very desirable.
So yeah, she wasn't directly working for the NSA. She was working for a contractor for the NSA.
Right.
Which my understanding is a whole lot of work. My understanding, I remember being at a conference. It was a private conference, by a contractor to various intelligence agencies, and they were talking about this article that was coming out. This was back in 2011, maybe 2012, called "Top Secret USA," and it seems like a whole lot of the people who are doing intelligence work are contractors.
Of course, I mean because the federal government itself has a hiring freeze, but yet there's all these contracts that you can spin off because it comes out of a different pot of money.
Okay, I kind of always assume the reason they have so many contractors is it's easier to fire a contractor than it is a government employee.
Yeah, there's that too, but I mean it's basically just the U.S. government now is in the outsourcing business. They outsource their work. Like with the job I do, I'll just be very...
Contracting is generally the only way the government can afford to hire most quality talent because government benefits are expensive. Typically, the career path for most people who end up working for general defense is you start off making shit, but you and your family get government benefits from the beginning. And then as your career progresses, you make more money. And then you get out and go corporate and leverage the fact that you were working for the blue team, so to speak, to get maximum corporate benefits. But at that point, you're working for bonus money because you've got a pension and your family's good on medical for the rest of their lives, which is very expensive. Contractors, they don't have to provide that kind of support. They can hire and fire whenever they want, and they're not bound by law to keep them employed for a certain period of time.
It's... Well, I mean, I just know my end of it, which is basically, I can get a phone call tonight that says that you're done, and that's it for me. Whereas if I was GS or a civil servant, there's a whole process that they have to go through, including the SEIU, which is the government union. It's harder. It's like pulling teeth to get somebody out, especially if they're bad at their job.
Let's see what else we have in the list of possible things to bring with show notes. Apparently, there was a vulnerability in FastCam IP cameras with hard-coded creds. 14 other brands used to market FastCam-made devices. Anybody know anything about this?
Sounds pretty standard in the IFD world.
Yeah, I'd contact Daryl Highland on that.
Oh, is he messing around with those?
Shit, he's the IoT wizard.
I know he did a whole lot of stuff with like messing around with what was it like screwing with SIDS and making wireless devices freak out, and did printers for quite a while. I mean, he's still doing talks on new printer stuff. Whenever I have a printer and I'm trying to figure something else, I talk to him about it. I've sent him and a buddy of his. I think it's guy goes by name of oh great, Hacks for Cash maybe, because yours is Pwn for Cash, right?
Yeah.
There's another guy that goes to something like Hacks for Money or something like that. It's a similar name to you, who I gave them a bunch of Rico 7 printer firmwares because I'm still trying to figure out how they do encryption on those things. Because you can set your own password for whatever you want to download. And I've regularly found people have address books that have actual domain credentials in them, but I've yet to figure out how to decrypt those. And if anybody wants the firmwares, well, please, no, please don't contact me because I think I legally can't share them. So obviously I can't give them to you if you send me your email address and ask nicely for me to send you the firmware if you're like a reverser stuff. I can't send that to you. That would be wrong. So please don't send me your email address if you're a reverser who would like to look at this code. All right, there, I've said my piece on that matter.
That's a legal disclaimer. Totes legit.
Well, okay, these web cameras, I mean, how much can you do with them other than having a source inside the network that you can, you know, let's say someone forwarded a port from the outside so people can watch these web cameras from the public internet. Might be a way to hop into the network, but.
Well, yeah, you can definitely pivot, you know. If you were able to actually, you know, pull a shell, then that's your foothold. Go from there. Or you could just be a creepy person and spy on people.
Yeah, but most of the people are not going to really want to look at. I mean, all right, I had a couple news agencies contact me in the past about, I heard people can hack webcams on people's laptops and see them. And the salacious part of it was they were thinking people were going to do this to look at like teenage girls half naked in a room. The fact of the matter is, most hackers who are doing it for malicious reasons probably want like private data, credit cards, that kind of thing, or no bot in a botnet. It's all likelihood if you hack the webcam, which you can do, you're going to see a guy that looks like me on the other end of it.
Right, but your beard is awesome.
Well, it is good.
Well, I mean, but then sometimes it's also about the blackmail. Not that I've done that, but I've heard things.
Yeah, I mean, if you catch somebody, you know, with their junk out or in a GIMP outfit deprecating themselves of oxygen, who knows?
Or you know, you come across somebody's laptop and it's full of kiddie porn, and you can prove that that's what they were watching while they were pleasuring themselves.
Yeah, that definitely wouldn't be something I'd blackmail them with. That would be if you don't die in the penitentiary, you're gonna die when I get a hold of you.
I've used webcams before on jobs to gather intel.
How much do you really get from them, though? I mean, depending on where the webcam is focused.
A lot on a few.
Okay.
I've gotten Wi-Fi passwords off of whiteboards. I've made badges with people's faces, and then duplicated them with RFID cloning. Done all kinds of stuff. Taken key images.
That cool means.
Well, I mean, I would think that the microphone on those laptops would be useful as well. I mean,
funny story. I actually have code somewhere that I think I can start open sourcing as of next year. So like the problem with the microphones is that they're all impact mics. So the volume tends to change drastically because without software context, it's not sure what to listen to. So I have code somewhere where if you pop a bunch of laptops that are all sitting in a room, you can isolate a sound as a timing track. And then you can put different microphones in one room and get a really good audio picture.
That's cool. What about like adjusting the AVG?
I mean, usually more data filtering is better.
Yeah, I don't know much about the SIGs of these cameras, but apparently you can use them for finding some information. So that's cool. Next up on George's itinerary, marriage and the patriarchy. Why do women have to change their name? What would your last name be if your father changed his last name instead? I think he's just trying to fish us for information.
That's easy. It would be Fregosa.
Mine, oddly enough, wouldn't change.
Okay. It sounds like some of your people's family trees do not fork.
I was adopted by my grandparents and took their name.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to say, but mine's not too bad, and you can probably cyberstalk me pretty easy to find out what my mom's maiden name is. I've gone to a few of those sites like Family Tree Now, and took myself out, but yeah, it's always out there someplace.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's been I've been fighting with my family tree now and my life, which had far too fucking much information, and I'm getting ready to go to court because another site released my three out of 4 of my cell phone numbers.
Yeah, but dude, can you ever actually? That's like, oh, what's the term? Like playing whack-a-mole. Can you ever actually get all that shit out off the internet?
Well, it was easier. It was easier before because I used the service, but then quit using the service, and now, poof, out of nowhere, all this shit came up.
Yeah, instead, the question being getting it off of there, I'm more interested in what can he actually get out of the lawsuit. Yeah,
them to remove it.
that's it.
That's all. That's all I want. I don't want money. I just want them to take my shit down.
Oh wait, Logan, is that who I think it is? Hey Logan, you gonna say something, or you just gonna sit there and idle?
Sorry, I was on mute. My wife's playing Final Fantasy.
Oh, it's all good.
Yep.
Welcome to the stream, man. I think this is your first time.
Yeah. I just randomly found this on Twitter. I was like, hey, what's all this shit? And I was like, hey, all the cool kids.
What's board? Wait,
Yep.
wait. Your profile picture on Twitter doesn't have the facial hair, I don't think.
No, it doesn't. I have to shave. I look like
It's all
shit.
baby faced on the profile picture.
I know. I'm more than 12, I promise.
Well, welcome to the stream.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So have you done any work on like getting your shit taken off online? Because my saying a lot of this stuff is public information that people can talk to, like your city, county.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've had to have stuff removed before where they refuse to remove it, and it's actually really easy to do. You can file for impersonation. You can file for defamation. You can file for...
Defamation would have to be something that was falsely said about you.
No, not really, because just the presence of your image, your self-image on a site by itself could cause you harm. You could, so say for instance, I'm married, and somebody puts my profile picture up on a dating site.
That would be a case where it would happen.
Yeah, just having my face on that site could cause me irreparable damage because it could cause me harm to my marriage. It's a defamation claim because then it would it would prelude to the concept of me having an affair or attempting to.
Yeah, but
And
that wouldn't apply if your face showed up on some random, family tree site, though.
No,
would,
no.
because-
Well, I mean, I've gone that route, and then they said, well, here's what we'll do. We'll make this suit public, and we'll let everybody know. And I was like, but that's kind of against the point. I'm just asking you guys to quietly take this shit down because this isn't me.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case, and then they're leveraging your image, at that point, then you can take other routes such as impersonation, because then they're trying to claim that or leverage your image without your consent. So, say for instance, Charlie Sheen has had instances like that. Miley Cyrus has had similar claims where they were using her image without her consent. Hulk Hogan has had similar claims where people were leveraging his own image, his face, obviously, on a website. And even though they didn't have the proper information at all, they were still leveraging his image, and he had proper grounds to sue to demand that they took it down. And you can pursue from that aspect.
Well, that's what I got lawyers for. So.
Yep. Yeah, let the lawyers deal with it, honestly. I find that 9 times out of 10, the second you serve the paperwork, a lot of people generally just become more compliant. It's just an ultimate reality that I've come to realize is it cost me $45 to file at the local county office. The second you get served papers from the sheriff's office or the local county clerk, it's a surreal reality check for a lot of people, and they realize the lawsuit's going to be real. And just the cost of retaining legal counsel out the door is $3,500 on average. Most people just simply don't want to deal with that cost for no reason. And most of the time, they'll take stuff down just to avoid the legal retention fees that they have to pay. So it's a lot easier to simply just do that. And like I said, it costs you $45. If it's really bothering you, what's $50? Because you got to spend $5 for gas.
I don't think it would ever bother me that much. My docs are pretty well dropped.
Yeah, most of my stuff is out there, but I've chosen to do that. But for me, that was a personal choice, and that's because I do a lot of open source stuff and a lot of stuff with nonprofits. But that's my personal decision, and with each individual, that should be their personal decision. And I have elected to live in the public. Some people, they don't want to do that. And for instances of people like, God, what's the malware tech? That poor guy.
Yeah, I
his
heard
stuff.
on the news about he got doxxed from something. And
Yeah,
only reason
reporters.
I'm not sure why I blocked him in the first place. But
Yeah, reporters dumped all his shit online, like everything. His pictures of his ex, his phone number, his personal emails, where he worked, all of his projects, a lot of stuff that they should not have put out there. There was no justification or reason to put public. They did,
why
and
did they do it, though?
yeah, a lot
because
of it was incredibly
because they probably
inappropriate.
wanted to be first and probably thought, well, he probably had something to do with WannaCry.
Well, that's because they're I wouldn't say stupid. I would definitely say uninformed, to say the very least. And I've actually talked to him at length about that. And all he simply did was look at basic artifacts and just register a domain, which happened to blow up the entire thing by accident. I think it was hysterical that it was so poorly developed to begin with. But I mean, all he did was register a domain, and that by itself is not illegal at all. There's no illegalities to that whatsoever, and the extremism that he has received in response to him just simply doing basic research, I think, is unexcusable. The very least, he should have his servers returned to him immediately. In my eyes, they've been stolen. And that's to say the least. A college university would have done the same thing. They wouldn't have even blinked twice in their direction. So I think it's inexcusable for what they've done.
Yeah, well, he's not going to get those servers back anytime soon. It just depends on who took them.
The French police, to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, he's not getting those back.
They'll be gone for a while.
Yeah, maybe 5 years.
They're not that bad. I'd say a good 6 months to 12 months at least. They'll bring in a forensics expert and they'll realize all he did was build a sinkhole. And once they actually figure out the technology behind that, they'll realize there was no malicious intent and it was just for research purposes. And they'll eventually issue him his receipts, and then he'll be able to go pick those up. But still, it still hurts him financially because without his gear, he has to either A, go without it, or B, go buy more while he's waiting to get his other gear back. And it's being dated for no reason other than he's just trying to do research. And again, I just think it's unrealistic.
All right, I got another thing from the list. Detecting stingrays. What happened with this kind of thing since 2015? Apparently, a bit LTE is easier to intercept because of SS7 flaws. Question mark, exclamation mark, and see, AIM SICD is currently building a stingray detector. Do you know anything about these? I hear people talk about, I think there's a stingray nearby when we're at HackerCon and people just happen to be getting bad reception. Though in some cases, if it's like DEF CON, there's so many freaking cell phones in one close, tight location. I'm thinking it may just be the towers are overwhelmed. But does anybody know much about the stingray system?
Well, I'm familiar with the Stingray technology. I've worked a lot with DoD and military, as well as a lot of law enforcement organizations, to say the least. Honestly, to be real, a Stingray technology is not nearly as concerning for me as having someone like what's been demonstrated at DEF CON in the past, which was someone showed up with the signal tower itself and a van, I do believe, and they demonstrated quite clearly you could just simply park a tower near to a large population area, and since the cell phones don't authenticate the towers, at least to the best of my knowledge, you just connect to the closest tower automatically without any form of authentication or assessment of that tower's authenticity or legitimacy, and you just send all of your data through it. And I
Of
think
course.
it's a terrible idea to begin with to not authenticate the towers.
Well, of course not, because I mean, again, cell technology is built off old technology where it's just inherent trust.
Yeah.
If you want to sit there and perform a three-way handshake with a cell tower, imagine how much bandwidth that wastes.
Well, honestly, I could care less how much bandwidth it's going to waste for me initially. I'll pay for the extra data. I have an unlimited data plan anyways. Almost every carrier these days does.
I'm just saying. I mean, it'll basically inundate because as you try to authenticate, hey, look, I'm Tower 21378, and I accept these connections here.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's going to spend some more bandwidth, but the trade-off is think about all the data we push over our cell phones these days. Over 85% of all technology communications and internet usage is mostly done over mobile now. Most applications are targeted towards mobile instead of desktop these days, specifically because everybody uses some kind of a touch tablet or a cell phone device to look at sites, to interact with mobile applications. And the reality is everybody's mobile now, and everything's going over your LTE connection to begin with to the nearest tower. And the concern is for a lot of people that are aware is where's my data going? And the simple answer is it's incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to find out. And that's the first problem. And the second one is who's authenticating the towers? Best question I've asked around here so far is to find out who the towers even belong to. I don't even know who owns the towers in my area, and I'm in Georgia. I don't know who owns my towers. I just connect to them and I hope for the best.
Why isn't it?
The towers themselves the towers themselves are owned by a third party, and
Correct.
then the so for example, you're in Georgia, so it'd be well, it used to be Alltel, but now it's T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, Johnny
Just like
Joe's
in
Smoke
this
Shack
area.
local cell phone operator rent space as well.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all on the same towers, which is fine. Having a shared physical infrastructure is not a big deal. But again, the question is if I go up to a cell tower at 2 a.m. and climb up 250 feet and I add my own cell tower receiver, how many people's cell phone calls am I going to connect to if I'm just slightly stronger signal than everybody else?
Everybody's.
If they're cranking at 200 dB, for instance, and I crank up to 195, are they going to catch me first because I'm slightly lower on the actual physical height? And if so, how many people am I going to intercept? How much data can I receive just by dropping literally, I shit you not, a physical Cat6 cable down a giant tower, and just plug it into a modem, and then just jack into that modem once every Monday? How much data can I receive from that? It's unrealistic to even begin to fathom how ridiculously insecure it is. It's the same thing as walking up to an open access point for Wi-Fi. Anybody can connect to it with no questions asked. The same concern goes for wireless cell phone devices, is who's actually jacking in, and how can you even begin to tell? There's not even a security tool built in to let everybody else know that I'm on the same tower as you.
So that comes back to well, I mean, at least initially, until a better solution can be implemented. Yeah, like you say, it's no different than the Wi-Fi. If you're not comfortable with that security risk, then you don't use it. I mean, yeah, I'd say at least 98, probably closer to 3 or 4 nines on percentage of my internet usage is going out through, through a cable. I'm not going over any cell networks or GTE or and the times that I am, it's times that I'm willing to allow that data to go that route.
I'm pretty sure they audit the towers though. Like they come by and look and see if what's up there is what's supposed to be up there.
Well, yeah, that's not too much different from in the old school electric meters. You kind of knew when the utility guy was making his rounds, and he only comes by once a month. Then you could just disconnect and flip your meter upside down and run it backwards for a week, and then flip it back around, and they never know it was tampered with, and you get a lower electric bill out of it. Yeah, I mean, this is just just watching when having them check periodically. That's not a safeguard.
That's a lot of climbing though for what do you call it?
Well, I doubt they do physical climbs to check them either.
Yeah, they really don't. It's actually incredibly difficult to climb a tower, contrary to popular belief. If you've ever actually experienced climbing a tower, it takes a substantial amount of physical strength to climb.
Oh yeah.
But the key point to it is it doesn't matter. Even if they did, I wouldn't care. I go up a tower once. If I've got malicious intent, I'm going to climb that tower one time. I don't care if you catch my antenna. You can keep it. I don't care. Because if I'm going to go up a tower and I've gotten to a point where I have to go up a tower because I need to, for some reason financially, to go up a tower and start receiving people's devices, all I'm going to have to do is climb that tower once. I'm going to intercept 30, 40,000 people's worth of data. First thing I'm going to filter for is checking information, banking information, credit card information, because it's all going over that wire. And my communication point's the first. And I'm going to capture everything to include certificates. I'm just going to simply decrypt everything. And now I've got all of your information, your Facebooks, your MySpace, your bank accounts, your mortgage. I've got your online social media content sites. I've got all your email credentials. I've got everything. All from your cell phone. Everything.
But here's the other thing, though. Does it have to be on the provider's tower? I mean,
it just has to be at a. It just has to be the strongest tower in the area.
Yeah, so you could be in the bed of your truck and you just happen to be driving by the Starbucks.
But the higher I go up, the more area I cover.
Correct. Yeah, the higher you are, the more area you cover, right?
Yeah, if I go up with a slightly stronger signal at a slightly lower height, I'm going to hit more areas with a stronger signal because physically, theoretically, I'm a stronger signal in a closer proximity by 5 feet. But 5 feet, 5 inches, it doesn't matter. I'm closer, I'm stronger. It's going to automatically connect to me because I'm the strongest, closest tower.
Not necessarily. The antenna height, it's a logarithmic scale on your signal performance as you go up in altitude. So,
that's
5
feet,
5 feet out of 200, a 5 decibel spread isn't going to overcome that difference. Yeah.
And I'm guessing the argument is the fact that the phones trust the tower no matter
Correct.
what. With
Implicitly.
authentication, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not the inverse where the tower trusts whatever phone. It's you got to belong to the network type thing.
Yeah, I mean, as far as that goes,
It's true.
you go to the county courthouse, pull the topographical map, and you can scope out a location that you could probably, drive a 4-wheeler to on top of a
It's
hill
not
and set up a femtocell and outperform nearby towers.
Yeah.
not illegal to put up your own tower as long
Well,
as
it's going to be illegal to climb one and put up your own antenna too.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying it's not illegal to put up your own tower as long as you don't get caught. But if, like you said, you go out into like a wilderness area and freaking climb up and and climb up a tree or something.
It doesn't even have to be a wilderness area. You can just
not a
get
wilderness area.
get roof access of a taller building.
Or just put one in a backpack with a generic UPS equipment from somebody like APC or CyberPower and just walk in with it in your backpack.
Or just fly a drone with it. Yeah.
Jesus, that would be stupid.
I don't think the battery life would survive long enough. The backpack would work though.
How long would you have to do?
Starbucks.
You hit a high concentration metro area. Fly the thing for an hour.
Starbucks, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That's all it's gonna take.
Yeah, didn't they already do a proof of concept at DEF CON last year?
Yeah, they did. They did, and they intercepted all kinds of content, all kinds of data, and all kinds of communications. And that's why I say I know for a fact it works. I actually read the write-ups on it, and it was incredibly effective. They had a lot of people's devices connect to it. Now, obviously, they did it in good sport, and they didn't have any malicious intent. But the point is they very easily could have. There was nothing other than moral fiber and outstanding character that kept them from being one step away from a very bad day for somebody.
There is absolutely no reason for any of us to honestly believe that there aren't rogue towers out there.
Yeah, and that's my whole point is there's been absolutely nothing done in the cellular world to ensure that our data is safe. There's zero care or concern whatsoever from both the providers or the government to ensure that our wireless is protected and that our phone communications are safe. It's actually the opposite.
Yeah,
they would prefer it if they are not encrypted and that they are not secure.
Right.
They would prefer it because then it's easier to intercede.
Which is what I brought up earlier. Then why use them? I mean, we don't have to use that service.
Well, at this point in time and day and age, absolutely you do. And it's just because, for work, for instance.
I don't.
Yeah, well, I do. Like, I'm required to be available on a 24/7, 365 basis because I support a major OpenStack environment. I'm required to be available at all times in the instance the environment goes down.
But you're not required to remote in over a cell network.
No, I'm not, but I am required to be available.
Right.
So they still have to be able to call me and reach me.
They ping you on the phone. You say, "Hey, I'm out on the golf course. I'll be home to connect in an hour."
Yeah, I wish.
There you go. Well, then you don't go for 3-hour excursions on the golf course. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I can understand what you're saying from your perspective, which is you don't have to leverage your cell phone. But even with the small conversation,
I've had to be available. I've worked in large Fortune 20 enterprise on-call support 24/7, but I never had to actually shell into our any of our 10,000 servers for my freaking cell phone. I could always if I wasn't at a place where I could log in, I'd just tell them, hey, I'll help you what I can on the phone. I'm on my way to internet access, and
Does that work?
log in from there. But and if there are environments that require you to log in from your phone and have all of your work tools on your phone, that's a corporate problem,
Yeah. And I can totally understand that. But it's even with that being said, it's still a concept of the premise behind it, which is even for those who don't have heavy mobile utilization. For instance, your cloud uploads to Verizon. You may not
either.
Well, a lot of phones these days have built-in automated configurations for cloud usage. So all of your images are uploaded to Verizon or AT&T or T-Mobile's cloud instantly without your consent. I
Mine did do that if I left everything default, but
yeah, but by default,
we have all kinds of security concerns if everybody leaves everything at default. I mean,
yeah,
no, I do agree this is something that should be addressed eventually. Just like
yeah.
the open Wi-Fi. I mean, now it's much more. I mean, generally you see a whole lot more. WPA, WPA2. You don't see much open and web except for like at your local warehouse club or places that say free internet access. I mean, those exist, but generally, you're not limited to only connecting to open Wi-Fi's. So I mean, it does need to be addressed at some point.
You see a lot of it with the landing pages though, like where it's kind of a public Wi-Fi, where it's quote
Yeah.
open, quote unquote. Yeah.
But I mean, even with them, you don't really know what you're connecting to.
Yeah.
So
it could be it could be somebody with a laptop with freaking airport Wi-Fi and a landing page set up.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that needs to be addressed eventually to protect all of the, Joe user that doesn't know or care to know about all, how exposed they are. But yeah, I kind of have a problem with saying, well, I have to use their services. Yeah, I think that's a very, very small percentage of people that truly actually have to run, secure data through the unsecured network, and that's something that is the cellular infrastructure's fault or sole area of responsibility. I mean, things don't have to be set up. I mean, I could set up a remote access for a company and say, yeah, just go through a phone company, and that's the only solution I give them. But that doesn't suddenly make it the phone company's responsibility to make sure their corporate communications is secure.
Well, actually, that's not necessarily true. For instance, if the phone company has expectations that there will be any kind of communication that will require or include something like a PCI transaction, or a PCI regulated transaction like a credit card payment, which almost every provider provides over your mobile device. If you look at your cell phone, you'll have a My Verizon or a My AT&T app pre-installed on your device based on who your carrier was when you bought your device. Those are included, and as such, the providers are aware and are regulated by those purchases and requirements to ensure the communication is encrypted.
Because it's a purchase that they are accepting on behalf of themselves for their. I mean, they're
Exactly.
the ones they're responsible for that transaction. So
yeah, they've created their own means of convenience to your device to receive.
right. So how I'm to me that's a pretty large leap to go from there to saying, oh, hey, some company might want to use your services to VPN in, and they might have sensitive information. You need to make sure there's a secure channel to do that.
I'm not saying that it's justified based on that statement. I'm saying that it's justified based on the simple fact that the providers are providing means by default when you open your cell phone initially that's already got built-in PCI transaction regulated instances already pre-installed.
But only ones that they manage, though. It's only their own transactions.
The second that you go and purchase a cell phone device, the application is installed, and so the requirement is already present.
Yeah, but that's for their specific payment structure, their PKI system, whatever their I mean just because they offer you a way to pay your cell phone bill, that doesn't automatically mean that they by proxy are responsible for giving you a secure way to pay your electric bill.
Well, no, I'm not saying that they have to provide a secure means for everything, but if they're going to provide a means to where you can make payments of any kind on your device by forcing you to install an application, because if you look at the instances of the My Verizon application, for me, for instance, I can't uninstall that application. It's permanently installed on my device. I am incapable of removing it. It's built into my base OS. I can't.
But you are capable of paying the bill without using that app.
I am. I can go online But again, the simple matter of having it installed on my device would lead to the purview of me assuming that the entire communication is encrypted and is regulated by PCI, but it's really not.
Yeah. Well, so you're saying that the transaction of you paying your own phone bill using that app, that in itself, you're saying isn't secure because of the
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're on different pages there. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, it's simply because the fact that even if I pay through that application, even if that application itself leverages HTTPS communications on a TLS v3, it's irrelevant because the tower itself is not safe. And so if you capture the entire session, you have
I stepped out to get a beer and I
encrypted.
missed that part. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And so literally you can just sit there at the tower, like I was saying earlier, I can sit there at the tower and just wait for you to pay your cell phone bill. And I'm going to capture everything, including your credit card number. And the second that you finish the entire transaction, I'm going to have all of the data that you just sent. I can just sit there and decrypt it at my leisure, and then I can just go on a spending spree. And I could even sit there and from the same tower, I can make 20 Amazon purchases, and the endpoint devices aren't going to know the difference for like Amazon security, for instance, because it's going to process through the same exact gateways. I'm just going to sit there and I'm just going to enter the same data into just a clone device, virtualized clone device, and I'm going to make it look like your cell phone made all the purchases, and then I could just drop ship it somewhere else. Just pick it up.
So what's the solution?
Don't use
Encrypt your towers, or at least authenticate the damn things. It's a simple. It would be literally a simple certificate exchange that they could.
But most of the carriers are out there. So somebody's going to roll their own encryption. Somebody's going to have their own twist on.
Hey, that's fine. I don't.
Rolling
I
your
don't
own
even care if
encryption's
they
not
do
fine.
I don't even care if they do a generic SASL or some kind of RC4 base. I don't care. At least it's something. It's something. I mean,
So
at least
is
put a
XOR.
guard dog at the tower. Don't let me just be able to la-di-da up to it and look at it and stare at all the tower receivers that are up there already. I mean, literally, I can walk outside, I'd say about a quarter mile to the nearest tower for me, and I can literally go up the tower if I wanted to. There's not even a fence around the thing. There's literally no physical barriers to keep me from going up the tower. There's nothing. It's not even locked.
Well, that's strange because
All of them.
because
I've seen
I
are at
know
least
I know of
fenced.
two towers that I have gone up to, and one is definitely fenced, and it's fenced and it's hardened with razor wire, and you can't get into it. And then there's one that's like way the fuck out in the hills. I think
Oh, I'm out in the
I think
stick. Make no mistake.
I think Adrian knows this area where I'm talking about, where there are certain people out there that like to cook the meths.
Floyd Knobs?
No, it's not in Floyd Knobs. It's over here. It's over here on the Kentucky side.
Okay, I'm not familiar with the Kentucky side of the river, man.
Fairdale.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, if you're out in the sticks like I am here in Georgia, most of the time there's no physical barriers to access or entry, and that's just under the assumption that no one's going to mess with the tower, or that no one would care to mess with the tower, and that's where that's a grave error.
Now, I wonder along those exact same lines, doesn't that same problem exist with potentially exposed physical nodes, like for DSL lines, cable lines?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, this is by no means specific to cellular, and it's something that's been an issue for a long time.
It's an industry-wide issue of lack of physical access controls to environments. It's actually why, if you look at the average data center for certifications on the CMMI side, most of the certification requirements are actually physical security. They have nothing to do with your actual IT security implementations. A generic security stack will meet all the compliance requirements. The majority of your audit is focused specifically on your physical security, and what your physical security guards are doing to protect the environment. And that's simply because physical security is actually the weakest link when it comes to locations. It's not even remotely related to security on the IT sense. It's related because of physical controls.
Yeah, you pay the IT security guy $120 a year, but you pay the front gate guard $9 an hour.
Yeah, and that's the breakdown. If you actually look at the way things have been going recently, you're more likely to have a physical security breach than you are to have a standard system breach, because it takes me next to no time whatsoever to walk up, hand somebody 10 grand, and walk into your data center. I walk up to a security guard who, like you said, is making nine an hour. I want your data bad enough. I walk up with a stack of hundreds. I'm going to walk into your data center. He's not even going to ask questions. And that's if I decide to bribe him. I could just show up dressed up in a Dell shirt. 9 times out of 10, they'll just let me walk right in. That's why I keep copies of shirts like that on hand. I keep a FireEye. I've got a Dell shirt, Security Onion, a variety of vendors. And I'll just pop a vendor shirt on, put on some khaki pants, tuck my shirt in, put some nice dress shoes on, walk up with a clipboard, knock on the glass. Hey, man, I'll walk up with just a standard hand cart, put a couple boxes on it, be like, hey, I've got some systems to drop off. And they're just like, yeah, just buzz in the back. I go and bang on the back door. Security guard in the back just lets me in.
Or like what I did when I took down a data center in a warehouse. Basically they were doing interviews. I walked in with the interviewees, and then when we walked past the bathroom, I ducked in the bathroom real quick and let them all just kind of, and came out an hour later and just hid amongst the aisles.
Yeah. With data centers, you could just go on a tour. Just go on a tour with the data center, and while you're on the tour with the data center group, literally just kind of like slink off to the back of the group, and then when they kick a corner, you just don't take that corner. They're too busy talking to each other and just addressing the overall crowd to notice that one person out of 10 or 20 is missing. And then at that point, you're in the physical data center. The average rack security in most data centers is abysmal, if any at all. And most cage keys are the same.
I'm finding a lot of this pretty entertaining, because I'm thinking back to the last data center I worked in, and I never really thought our security was all that great, but
yeah.
But actually,
I keep a key set on hand at all times.
But most of what's been said so far would not have worked with our tours and with, I mean, even our $9 an hour guards that knew who I was and I was in there every day. If I ever didn't have my badge, or when my badge access wasn't renewed properly and it didn't work on a certain door, it was hell pulling teeth to try to get it resolved. I mean, it was. I don't know. I just find it kind of amusing just how decent our data center was in physical security.
Some data centers are on point, but most are not.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I guess I could see that. I got spoiled from. I mean, this is a brand new state-of-the-art facility that I was there from when they broke ground on it until it was in operation for about 6 or 7 years until I left there. But and we still had problems. I mean, and I guess I didn't realize how good our security was, and there were still issues. It was by no means perfect. If I really felt I had to get in there, I probably could, but it wouldn't be near as trivial as a lot of the stories I hear. So it's just interesting.
Yeah, most of them are a train wreck, like hands down. Especially commercial data centers. And that's normally because they're operating on a cost model and they're just trying to keep their cost controls as low as possible. They'll hire high school students, ex-military that couldn't find jobs within the first 6 months to a year. People who have a hard time finding work through temp agencies, they'll grab those guys up because they're cheap. You can pick them up for 9 to 11. Yeah, or retirees, $9 to $11 an hour. And all you got to do is just sit here and play your little word puzzle game. A lot of times they'll pick it up.
Police officers, the data centers I go to. But police officers again only make, $30,000 a year at most usually.
Yeah,
a lot of times
they pick up that work because they have to. It's how they make ends meet. Is they'll work 2 jobs, 3 jobs. But those guys are tired, and they're not looking for a headache. You show up, you look frantic. You look like you're in a big hurry. There's a big issue that you got to deal with,
It's going to cause a lot of paperwork. They'd rather just not deal with that headache and just let you through. And that's just,
I think the ones we had, they'd see somebody coming through all sweaty and in a panic. They'd be like, "Good, now they know what it's like. I'm gonna mess with this."
yeah, it sounds like you guys were a little vindictive over there at your data center. But yeah.
Yeah, they were. I mean, one day, I had to go through a couple of man traps to get back to my office, but the first one I had to go through right by the security door. It was real finicky, and if your backpack was loaded just a little bit bigger, or you had just a slightly larger box, you couldn't fit inside with the sensors, and it wouldn't open. And you have to get them to buzz the door. And I'd seen people do this before, and yeah, like it never hit me until like 2 years after I was there. One day I had to bring something in from our other data center, and it's just a little bit too big to fit for a man trap. And I had them buzz the door. And I went through the door, and immediately this 400-pound security guard jumps out of the chair, door flies open. They're like, "Hey, what are you doing?" I'm like, "What?" It's like, "Yeah, you're only supposed to put the package through. You still need to badge through the man trap." They're pretty good on some of that stuff. And this is a big corporate center, and all of the security was outsourced, and they didn't pay much for them, but apparently they had decent ones, I guess. But
the guards at the data centers you guys usually visit, are they armed for the most part? Or no?
Ours weren't.
At the past 2 that I've been to, there wasn't a guard at all.
Really? Yeah. So the data centers I've been going to and using, they like armed guards. Their security is actually pretty good. From what I can see, I haven't,
Ours weren't armed, but they definitely had a lot of policies, and they're really anal on a lot of procedures. And in fact, twice a day, my office, it happened to be where the old storage room for the backup tape media used to be, and part of the rounds back when that was an active portion, they had to go through there twice a day. And even after they stopped using that, 3 years after they stopped doing the magnetic media backups, still twice a day there was a guard going through my office doing their rounds every day. But all of our IP cameras were running open SSH like from 2001. They never patched any of the cameras. So.
Oh, don't even get me started on IP cameras. IP cameras are my favorite. My favorite one so far. It was a hospital. They had an IP camera pointed directly at the back door, directly at the numpad keys for both the back door entrance, as well as the controlled narcotics closet. And you could clearly see the keypad from the IP camera. I literally sat there on the camera and watched the doctors badge in and out of the facility and into the closet. I literally walked to the back door, walked into the narcotics closet, opened it up, left my business card in it, closed it, and then I called their chief of security and just let him know the pen test was over.
Dude, a lot of those hospitals, like the ER entrance and stuff, usually the number to get in is 911.
Just like most gated communities out there, the street address, the number for the street address is probably or at least part of the generic access to open the gate.
Have you guys seen the gated apartments and the gated communities where they've got like the QR code or the barcode on the side of they put it on the side of your car?
Yep. I haven't seen that.
No, we had that. We had that at the landings.
The little QR code or the barcode?
We had barcode reader at the landings, and so you just drive up with the barcode reader, and it would scan it and then pop up, and you just go.
Yeah, like anybody can just walk by and take a picture.
You could take a picture of it and print that out and stick it in another car, no problem.
Yeah, I was like, how can this be secure at all? Like, I'm sure they're touting it or selling it as like a security feature, but I'm like, I could just drive around and like take pictures of people's cars and just fucking drive into the place all day,
Any of them that have a manned station, just drive up at 4 a.m. and hold up a newspaper, and they'll let you in. You're covered in this paper.
At the landings, the main gate was manned 24/7, but the side entrance wasn't, and so if you had a guest, they had to go to the main. They had to go to the main gate after like 5 p.m. because everyone went home But if you had a barcode, it was always open. But if you made a copy of the barcode.
If you got a good DSLR, you could take a picture from outside of a car inside, print it out, and walk in.
Theory.
Yeah, I'm kind of that kind of hit me funny on the camera pointed at the keypad. I would have thought there's some set of standards for compliance where that's not allowed, because when the media room that was converted to my office, there's one person had it before me, and I remember when it was first made into an office, they had to put in a work request to get the camera moved so it didn't show the dude's keyboard, where his cube was set up in there.
That depends on the location, but you also have to remember there are hospitals all the time where you walk in. There's regulations for days. It doesn't mean that your location meets those regulations or requirements. Just because you're a bank.
It just seems like, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but it seems like if your contract, like if you're a contractor that installs the security cameras in hospitals, or wherever, I mean, you would think that you would be aware of regulations like that.
You're assuming a contractor is going to put it in. Most times than not, facilities is going to put it in, and that's normally somebody who doesn't concern with compliance at all. They're just there to put a camera up because work order 267 said to put one up in the corner.
Yeah, we had to do everything under contracts and support contracts and vendors.
I think Mary has a question.
Go for it, Mary.
Okay, I'm going to call Matt over. Okay, we're discussing hospitals handling data security and how that. Come here, quick.
I can hear him laughing from here.
I know. So, because we deal with this as firefighter EMTs, and they do not understand high tech and HIPAA at all. They just don't get it. They just do not understand.
Hi, Matt.
Hi. I got reamed at for because the hospital wanted me to the local hospital wanted me to sit there and email them our run reports, and I went, well, at the moment I don't have PKI enabled for our emails, but just give me a week or two so I can. We're volunteer. I don't always have time.
Right.
And I can sit there and set it up so we can do PKI and do encrypted emails. No, you don't do that. Just send me an email with the run reports. I can't do that because we have, the HIPAA, according to HIPAA, I cannot do that.
Yeah, people's names.
And then it's, well, Matt, I know HIPAA, for, 10, 15, 20 years, so many years, I'm like, I understand, the HIPAA from the EMS provider, medical provider, but I don't expect you to understand the high-tech side of it, the high-tech law side of it. And that specifically means that I have to encrypt the data so it cannot, no one can view it, while it's being sent.
Or you give them the information and it's redacted in some way, shape, or form.
Sorry, what?
Or you give them the information and it's redacted in a way, shape, or form. For example, like, you can say that, male person.
Information
they wanted the original copies of the run reports with no blackout.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Yeah. You can say male patient this old and this is what was presenting, and that's perfectly fine. But you can't say Joe Smith at this address because that's more information than you can have.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not willing for the department to pay a $50,000 fine. By the way, a department in the county has already had to pay for that.
I've heard. Yeah, and they were discussing the physical. They had physical IP cameras with no upgrades on them, facing the back doors and facing the narcotics closet, where people were just. He was telling me they were sniffing.
Okay, have you guys seen? Do I have a picture of it at all? Your typical candy machines. Well, they got those filled with all your narcotics now at the hospital.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, I was a little too excited about that.
Wow. Well, here's the thing. Now, it seems like, with HIPAA, and of course, just like anything else like gov related, it seems like it's just, they're so stuck on, process oriented stuff that even if it's been the same for like 25 years, they'll still never understand a higher level of like what's actually happening out there tech wise.
When it comes to like government, especially federal government, a lot of things are check marks.
Yep.
I can give you a perfect example of this. I work with a classified computer system. It's air-gapped. The entire network, you have to go through a cold door to get to it. Now, one of the checklists is because it runs a web server, it says to go pay for an SSL cert and make sure all the SSL is set up correctly. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. It's like, why not? Well, we need to make sure that this is secured. And I'm going, if you can physically access the web data, that means you're in the room that the server lives in.
First, you have to get on base, which you have to be qualified to get on base, or MPs will shoot you. Then you have to get to his building, which is in the middle of base, and then you have to get into his building. Then you have to get into the room, into his building, into the room, into the room, into the room, into the room in that building. And he's keyed the door wrong, and he had 6 MPs on his ass in 30 seconds, and he has permission to be there. So
now here's a question. Now here's something. Okay. Now with that particular website that has SSL enabled, right? Now is that serving out something internal? And is it serving out something internally?
Google Rocks Cluster.
Okay.
Getting on to it is easy.
All it is a Rocks cluster. That's all. That said, it has been stick to the government guidelines, except for the SSL issue.
Gotcha. I don't know. Sometimes I think here's a quick question. I noticed that they're the government's implemented the RMF framework. Now, is that gonna be applied to? He's laughing. I just said a bad word. But would that apply to HIPAA as well, or are they gonna have something totally separate that's not, that's kind of close to RMF?
Let me tell you about that RMF framework. Let me tell you about that. It's the same thing as I'm saying. We're going to implement a patch management plan.
You know what? That's it for me.
It sounds great. It sounds fantastic. Let me go get my 3 help desk people to go patch 400,000 systems over the next 2 years.
Enough said.
You think that's not happening right now?
Plenty of time. Plenty of time. I've worked with a lot of the guys from the Army the Red Team. You could have all the RMF you want. That's fantastic. They're going to be 3 months to 6 months behind any critical announcement unless it's absolute priority to them.
Right.
You could have 710 sitting out there. They're still going to take 2 weeks to get to it. And that's if they've heard about it yet.
The Army's moving forward a lot faster than they used to in the last couple of years.
They are moving faster, but that's because they've migrated over to leveraging SCCM and technologies like BigFix on a regular basis.
Well,
but even still, they still are delayed.
They're to the point where every post or every facility had to have PKI infrastructure set up. And basically, if you didn't, all of a sudden you lost your right to operate, and you got
they pull your ATO.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but even if you have PKI in place, first of all, most instances of PKI are not properly implemented. Very, very rarely do they ever have a properly implemented PKI infrastructure, and a lot of times they end up going to a third party for that specifically because of the fact that PKI is
what are they doing wrong normally with their PKI?
Variety of implementations in terms of configurations on the servers. It's an incredibly sophisticated thing to be able to implement, and it's not something that you just go do. I can't just walk up to an MCSA and say, hey, turn on PKI. I might as well walk up to a horse and say, hey, sprout wings so I can fly to Vanguard, where I will serve on the Eternal Tower. I'm asking for the impossible from the average person, and that's because it's just incredibly sophisticated.
I don't know if it's that difficult. I mean,
it is incredibly difficult to properly implement it. There is no click to win for PKI. You have to understand the technology intimately. Encryption, certificates, multi-forested domain integrations. There's a lot of pieces to that puzzle that you have to have mastered, or you will make a mistake. And it only takes one.
Yeah, I mean, it's complicated, but I mean, it's not.
Yeah, it's why most people simply outsource it, which is fine. And once they outsource it to a company that specializes in PKI. Which there are plenty of companies that you can outsource to, and honestly, it's what I recommend. I've always recommended to outsource PKI implementations because it's just too hard. I don't even do PKI implementations. I hate PKI. It's a nightmare to install.
I just read about it for like 4 months before doing anything.
It takes forever. It takes forever to implement, especially on a large domain. And that's just simply because you have so many systems you have to get around to on top of maintaining the average workload, which by itself in a large domain, when you have a small team of admins, which is the general case, 3 to 5 admins for a large enterprise of 30, 40,000 servers, you don't have time to sit there for 4 months to learn about PKI while working the rest of your workload. You just simply, you have to deal with your workload, and PKI is something that you attempt to get done. And you're going to hit tons of roadblocks and headaches along the way. And after about a year or two, executive management normally gets tired of waiting, and they just simply just pay someone else to do it, which honestly was the smarter thing to do in the first place, because it would save money.
That's why I study after work, because some things I just want to learn how to do.
Yeah.
Shit. If you have the fucking time.
If you have the time, yeah. And on top of that, most people that are at the level to where they can be trusted, just to be honest, be trusted to put in PKI, normally they're in their 40s to 50s. They've got 10, 20 years of experience of Windows under their belt on average for the average PKI environment. And at that point, those people, they're not one of those, I'm going to work 8 hours and then go bang on my giant lab over here for another 5 more every day to figure out PKI for the next 4 months. And they're well settled into their career. The sediment is at the bottom. They're happy where they're at in terms of their capabilities. They're not going to do that. And they're going to work on it at work in their spare time when they're not fixing other issues, unless management specifically says you're dedicated to PKI, which is very rarely done, if ever. And so it's just a huge headache. And again, that's why most of the time they'll simply outsource it to a third party, and it's cheaper. Now the other issue is now the third party is charging you, I think the last bill that I saw was $1 million+ a month for PKI, for outsourced PKI to be maintained. And it's incredibly costly. And again, not all the time is it a beneficial service. It's nice to have, absolutely. But is it really worth it? And then when a lot of times it comes down to it, the cost analysis is normally found to be that it's too expensive to maintain, and then they go to other options and alternatives. And that's when you start seeing KIV devices popping up everywhere instead. Everything is just encrypted all over the place. Data in motion, data at rest, everything's just encrypted. And they just use that as a generic excuse of everything's encrypted, even if they get their claws on it. What are you going to do? Brute force a quad 1024 AES encryption? I mean, good luck. By the time you break it, that data is going to be 10 years old.
So I got kids going on in the background. Yeah, no, I mean, I probably want to talk to you. I want to talk to you offline about what you do and what you're looking for when you're attacking this kind of stuff. It's kind of interesting to me. I want to learn more about that.
Yeah, normally the first thing I look for is I look to see if the certificates have even been processed properly. For instance, with domains, if I can go to your homepage, your just built-in homepage browser, and it tells me the certificate is untrusted, that tells me that on my laptop, if I'm a white box tester and they've given me one of your laptops and I connect to it, and the system is telling me that the certificate's untrusted, it tells me that you haven't even gone out of your way to push the certificates to all the desktops so that it's trusting your CA root server certificate from your domain, which means you have not. That I know, but that's just a simple identifier that lets me know it's a really strong indicator that you haven't implemented everything properly, and you would be amazed at even the most advanced environments. The one I was at today, there were certificate issues with a certain customer location where theirs was not implemented properly, and it's a very, very popular DoD site. Very popular DoD site, AKO? And their certificate CA root isn't distributed properly.
You talk about AKO?
I might be.
Yeah, you're talking about AKO.
Oh my gosh, really? AKO? They've been trying to kill off AKO since what 2010?
Yeah, that pisses me off every time. But here's the thing, though. Firefox doesn't trust the Windows CA store.
Neither does IE, it seems.
No, IE does, but no, because I don't think AKO's broke. I don't know what they did. They jacked it up.
Well, I mean,
IE trusts the Windows store, but it doesn't trust AKO. Yeah, but that's exactly my point.
But Chrome, Internet Explorer, Edge, I think if you install Safari, they all trust the local computer Windows CA store.
True, they do.
Firefox does not.
Yeah, well, that's because Firefox doesn't implicitly trust anything, and honestly, that's the way it should be set up.
Registry changes or something.
Yeah.
I haven't figured out how to force the root CA trusting in Firefox across the domain yet.
Well, I wouldn't want them to be honest, because if they're truly open source, you never implicitly trust anyone. And if you're openly accepting someone's certificates simply because I said so, that's not a very good philosophy. If I walk up to you, James, and I say, "Hey, I'm going to give you this laptop," and you just trust every certificate on there, you just walked right into the Lenovo super cookie.
Yeah, exactly.
You're implicitly trusting every certificate that you've been given by default, and you're just trusting it like it's a good idea. That's not always the case, and that's why I do agree with Firefox's decision to not trust every certificate that they're given. Honestly, I wouldn't trust any certificate that I'm given until I am able to authenticate its authenticity. Because if you look into your certificates that you're given by default when you first pop open a box, there are a lot of certificates from places like Russia and China. And I don't trust them just because. Yeah, I don't trust them just because they're in there. Yeah, a lot of them I remove. I don't want to trust your sites, especially if you're Chinese in nature. I firewall off that entire country every time I build a new network. It's the first place I block. The whole country, the entire net space.
Well, the problem with that though is like ICANN keeps selling off blocks to other ICANNs of the world or whatever they're called out there. I was doing some research into that a while back, trying to figure out could I just block a network? What's China's network? What's Russia's?
There's actually about 34 net spaces that you have to block.
Yeah,
there's a lot of them. But
I started looking into
block
it, and ICANN sells off blocks. We sold this portion of this block that IBM used to own. We sold it off to North Koreans ICANN, whatever they're called over there. Okay, so
you just have to collect a large list and just block them all and just regularly check it for an update to see if it's been transferred to anybody. But you can do that because they register the changes pretty frequently. Now, I'm not saying that they change it every single day by any means, but the registered transfers are in fact registered. They are tracked. You just have to keep up with that. But again, it's a small price to pay. Security isn't easy, and it's not easy for a reason.
Right. I'm gonna go eat, but I'll be back in a minute. I'll be listening though.
Yeah.
So those of you that were playing with me on the Messenger group earlier this week, I'm still scamming that scammer. We're on day 7 now.
But you have a scammer running?
Have you accomplished anything yet, though?
I actually got a shitload of information, but not the information I'm still looking for. But I just bought myself 3 more days.
What are you doing?
I have a missing dog. So
okay.
I have a missing dog and a reward out, and this is one of those typical, I have your dog, pay me the money before I send you the picture and we meet up with and I give it back to you to prove you're the owner. And normally I would just be like, fuck you and let it go, but that kind of hit a nerve because I kind of want my dog back and I'm not putting up with their bullshit, so I'm wasting his time royally. What I did, man, actually, I need to just send you guys copies of this email chain because it's hilarious. And the latest development is the gangsters that are involved.
It's pretty impressive.
But yeah,
if you really want to have a good time, download a ping tool to your cell phone. Generally, they're within a proximity of your location. If they have your dog, quote unquote, the easiest thing to do is to simply drive around your town and keep pinging their device. The good news is as long as your signal is relatively stable in your region, you can leverage that to identify the response times. And then based on the response times, based on the geography of your location, you can actually somewhat tell what area they're in. And then you can just keep driving around the areas. And then as you're checking the millisecond time frames, you can track that to a closer and closer proximity to their actual location.
I'm thinking they're actually located either in Texas or Maryland. At this point, I'm pretty sure there's at least 2, if not 4 of them in the group. They're connected to Nigeria, obviously. The email address they gave me for PayPal after finally convincing them that I could not do Walmart to Walmart or Western Union, I only have cash or PayPal, tracks back to a Morgan University, a Morgan.edu email address that pulled up that cell phone numbers, her full name, her addresses, her like everything. So we're going to be pinging their IT staff because it's an EDU account. So it's a student account. But I think that's the PayPal account. The original person, he wanted me to Western Union him money to Dallas, Texas. Now, we've discussed this a couple times where apparently they don't need to physically be at the location in order to receive. So we're not 100% sure if that's just a drop point or if
Walmart to Walmart, you have to physically go in and present ID in order to pick up money. I use that to send money to my parents back home from time to time. You do have to physically go in and present ID. So ideally, if they were trying to defraud you, the best way to do it is just simply just call the local PD and let them know, hey, someone's trying to defraud me of money. And the second they pick it up, they've committed a fraud.
We're trying to narrow that. Yeah, so we're trying to narrow it down to get an actual location.
Yeah, use the Walmart to Walmart transfer because the only way to get that money is to physically show up to claim it. You have to go in person to claim it. You can't get it any other way. You have to physically go into the Walmart branch. And so they can just put an undercover unit in the area and just wait for them to come pick it up.
I'm gonna keep trying. You need to see this though, because the best. I want to show you guys this one exchange because it was the most wonderful exchange I've ever had with anyone ever. Because I can't believe I got to write this. But basically, he asked me if I'd set up a PayPal account for him.
Wow. Oh my God! Yes. Yes, you can have really so much fun with that. Absolutely. I know. Just build your own PayPal site. Put a really nice package of software together for him, and then send him the link.
We tried to do that. Was it Charles or Chris? One of the other guys was trying to help me do that, but they apparently hosed his server, so we're not sure if it was them or he just happened to have gotten hit by someone else at the same time because we tried to fish them that. We tried to spearfish.
Oh, come on.
They wouldn't click the fucking link. So eventually he's like, "Oh, I have my friend whose account." I'm like, "Okay."
Nah.
But the thing is, as far as he knows, I have sent him $1,500. I've sent him a $500 payment and a $1,000 payment because I'm really good at Photoshop.
Oh, that's actually pretty nice. Photoshop is pretty outstanding.
Yeah, I was so good at Photoshop. It's really funny because as far as I'm like, why haven't you claimed this yet? It still says it's unclaimed. Why haven't you claimed your money? I'm getting very impatient here. Can't you just be a person with cash? But no, he seriously believes that. So now he had me cancel the payment so I can resend them. I told him today, it's like, okay, I've canceled them, but because it was over $1,000, PayPal says they're holding the money for 3 to 5 days.
That's actually a really good excuse. That's really good.
So we got 3 days that we were going to play with this. I downloaded Kali to the laptop, but I don't understand tools. I haven't really played with it yet. It's not
I know what you can do. You know that new vulnerability that's out there right now for browsers to where it looks based on the oh God, what is it? I think it's the certificates that makes it look like it's the actual authentic site. God, what is that? I'm gonna have to look that up for you. And then you can dress it up. You can dress it up your phishing campaign based on that. And then there's that new mouse over exploit that's rolling around right now. The second they mouse over, it'll hit them instead. They'll be expecting to kind of look at that to make sure that it's not what they think it is, and then they're going to try to grab it to copy it, but make the actual link the mouse over. So when they go to load it, they're going to click load the images to load the email properly because they're going to think the email didn't load properly. That's going to load your mouse over image. And when they mouse over that link to try to copy paste it to check it in virus total, they're going to hit the mouse over malware, and that's going to launch the exploit.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to have to find that for you. That's
why I bought myself a couple of days because I'm like, okay, shit, I need to buy some time here.
No, you've got plenty of time within 2 or 3 days. Here, let me pull this up for you now. Here, I'll pull this up for you right now.
but here you guys have to this I swear I'm fucking framing this shit because I really, oh my god, I about died.
Oh yeah, Mouse Hover. Oh, it's on Dark Reading. It was published 5 days ago, and it's actually being used on Twitter right now. Yeah. You should definitely check this out. It's on Dark Reading for Endpoint. For Gootkit. For Gootkit, check it out.
Notes.
Yeah. Get their happy asses. Get your dog back. Screw those people. Someone took my dog.
I don't think he actually has my dog, but I'm just gonna we'll be fucking with them.
I don't even care. He says he has your dog.
I don't even care. Don't play with that. That's that's like kids and pets.
My
You
dog.
don't fuck with pets,
Yeah,
man.
don't mess with my kids.
Oh my god. So no, but this is beautiful. I'm gonna send you guys copies of the of my photoshopping because it's a beautiful thing. It's gonna be down here in the chat if it'll let me.
I wish I had that Photoshop foo, but graphics is not one with me, and I am not one with the graphics.
Well, I'll do anything you want for you because because they asked for
sold.
Screenshot confirmation. Oh yeah, sure. Oh, you just want a you just want a screenshot of the confirmation? Oh, I can do that. I can.
Yeah. I need PDFs of work documents specifically for purchase orders printed out. That would be perfect.
I do all that shit. You know, people
yeah,
don't
I need logos replicated specifically for watermarks. I need somebody who's good with that kind of documentation food.
That's all easy shit.
I need to up my game for my accessories for my my social engineering.
I've done horrible things I won't ever admit to.
Yeah. By the way, who was talking about having badges? I need about 5 or 6 badges printed.
If it's paper badges, it's super easy.
No. I need plastic. I need plastic badges.
Plastic?
Yeah, I keep finding all these people who keep doing me this huge favor on LinkedIn of just posting all of their badges over their career. And what I want to do is I want to go and get all these badges printed out because they've done me this courtesy of giving me all these badge images. I mean, the least I could do is print a couple of them off.
Skydog has the badge maker.
Yeah, cause I know he's an amazing guy too. Is he on here?
Oh yeah, I've never been on it. I like the guy a lot, but he's never showed up on podcasts.
Yeah, just so you guys know, he's an amazing person. Definitely check out his online stuff and definitely check out his con if you have a chance to. Incredible person, incredible con, fantastic people there. Absolutely, check it out. I know I'm not paid to give this information.
It is a good con. It's one of the few ones that actually have a black badge too.
Yeah, it's a good con. I need to get a black badge. What do I have? How drunk do I have to get a black badge?
Well, it's not how drunk you have to get. It's what you do while you're that drunk.
Oh God, no.
Come on, Trevor's cuddly.
No.
This was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Though, if you guys hold on a second. I mean, in all seriousness, let me break this.
Speaking of beautiful things, I still need to pay you for it, and you still need to draw it. That whole thing of Trevor Hearn stretched out on like a love.
Yeah, paint me like one of your French girls.
Or something.
Oh, nice.
Draw me like one of your French hackers. What did we agree on the text would be? Draw me like one of your Tennessee hackers.
I don't even know. Hold on, let me see if I can get this. Okay. So this, I don't know. Can you guys see this?
Yeah, I can see it.
Can you register one PayPal account for me?
That's amazing.
Isn't that
amazing?
And I got to actually. I got it fucking even ass. I died. I was dying typing this.
Oh my God! You could have so much fun with this. Go online. And see if you can get a hold of anybody who has some registered drug dealer accounts or anybody with registered overseas offshore accounts in the Middle Eastern area and just get them flagged to hell and back. Oh, that'll be amazing. Have them wash up into an ATF database for newly activated accounts. That'd be outstanding.
So this is his test because he tried to test me to see if I was going to actually try to send money or not. So he registered this Dorothy's Child Outlook supposedly. So I went ahead to ping it because you can kind of pre-send to PayPal before I actually send it. So on my phone I go ping. It's like, oh, you can't send the money. It's not an actual account. So I screenshot it and said, oh, but that's not even a real account. So he goes, okay, well here's the real account. I'm like, okay, now we're gonna have fun. And so it goes down there. And remember, he told me, send me a screenshot of the proof of you sent it.
Oh my God, that looks so good.
So yeah, that all Photoshop. I
That's
matched,
beautiful.
I matched URLs, everything.
Oh, you could be so vicious with that. Oh, I'm so glad you're a good person.
Oh my God, but I did. But look at this shit though, because it's so funny. Because as I poked, I waited, and I go, I did what you asked. You need to claim it. Because I kept telling him, you need to claim it. Why haven't you claimed it yet? He comes back. He comes back. He's like, I'm so sorry for the delay. Just be patient. And I'm like, and so finally, and so this comes back, and this is like 2 days later. And he's like, I know you told me someone brought the dog to me, and then now the gangsters came into this. In the meantime, because they haven't gotten confirmation on their actual PayPal account, the money's being transferred for, I'm not sure why. He sends his girlfriend under the name of Katy Perry on Gmail to message me.
Oh, that's outstanding.
That she was just there to buy a dog, and from this guy, and oh yes, I saw he definitely has your dog. I'm like, okay, well, can you get pictures and prove it? Because I'm still gonna keep playing this. I'm not fucking stupid. And so she, oh no, he definitely has it. Like, well, can you send me proof that he does? Oh no, he just do it. He says, well, you sent it because look, I've done it, and I'm playing the upset, crying woman because that's an awesome thing to be able to play. So I'm the frantic, emotional woman who just wants my dog back, and I've sent you your money, and why aren't you sending me the pictures like you promised? And I can't believe he's being so mean to me, and this is so cruel. And yeah, I'm oh my God, it's so much fun.
This is outstanding.
Oh my God, and another one. Then a day later, I get another one. Hold on. So this is it's Katy Perry. Look at her, Katy Perry.
Yeah, check out those cell phone numbers. Yeah.
Yeah. Got all that. Oh my God. That's nothing. Check. Okay, you want so far this is scammer details. This is what we got so far. My new G Voice account that I made.
I'm so impressed they were able to get so close to Katy Perry at katyperryff@gmail.com to begin with.
Really close. So this first one up here, that he texted Matthew's phone because obviously we have the missing flyers out. So he texted him, and I went back and forth for a while, and then I wasn't sure how close they were connected, but because I messaged him back from a cell phone that wasn't the one they texted and never mentioned Charlie's name, dog scam I was referring to, so I didn't let him have that information.
Nice.
And so after a while, so we're going back and forth for a bit, and finally, I'm like, well, just send me pictures of my dog. Well, can you text me back from the same number? No, I'm texting you back from this number. Where's my dog? And so after a while, we went back and forth. I looked up a bunch of shit from the Quran because I'm figuring they're Nigerian, high chance. Basically copied a passage over, sent it to him. He goes, oh, okay, I'm sorry, happy Ramadan. And I then cock-blocked him by sending him 200 pictures of roosters.
Oh, that's amazing.
Then this is the second one down is the original number from the Dennis Larry account that once we're going back and forth. He also kept saying I'm a dog breeder. So I text him from one of my other G Voice accounts that says basically, okay, I'd like to buy a dog. Okay, email me back on this email address. I'm like, okay, cool. So that confirms same guy. And we were going back and forth. And that one I'm playing, hey, I'm a mom. My kid's in 4-H. We're looking for a dog to have entered in fair for show. It needs to be a little bit older. And he sent me pictures of all these stupid ass dogs from, Puppy Find. I'm like, no, look a little bit older. So I'm fishing on that, trying to see, okay, fine. If you really have Charlie, show me a picture of him. And then on the original.
Can do? Oh my God, it's the best idea ever. You know what you could do? You could totally make up a dog. Make up a dog type. Like, call it like the Norwegian West Cockapoo. And then create an image and SEO it. And then SEO it on a site and be like, yeah, we sell Norwegian West Cockapoos, like specific breeder types. And then wait for him to go Googling it to look for an image to send you. And when he does, he's going to hit the site. And when he hits the site, you'll have his IP address. You'll know where he's at, or at least a better idea.
we have a well, I don't know how much they're hiding shit, but anyway, so on that account,
They're
we went back
probably
and,
not. They're
well,
probably just assuming anonymity.
the cell phone, because this is all the information on this particular one that I've mined so far. The cell phone that he was texting us from, the Google designates this IP. So he's sending it stuff via cell phone text. So that's the IPv6, because usually that's cell phone. So that's permitted sender. That tracks back to the Google Charleston, South Carolina node.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how wide that covers, but that's the one that's the closest I can get it from there.
Okay.
The Western Union he wanted was Dennis Martin's in Dallas, Texas. This was what he's asking for. The first
Western Union you can't really rely on.
Yeah.
But the Walmart to Walmart transfer you totally can.
Okay. I might
have to go into that Walmart, because when you send it, what they do is they ask you what area you want to send it to, and so they have to confirm the zip code for that area. And so they wire it directly to that Walmart based on the zip code. So they have to go to that branch to pick it up, because that's where the money's been transferred to.
So I may try pinging him with that in the meantime.
Yeah, because that'll get you the right county for sure.
All right. The first PayPal address was Dorothy Charlotte Outlook. That went nowhere. The second one was this one. Check out all the information we pulled off of this EDU account. This pulled
the
up.
account's probably stolen, to be honest.
It probably is, but this is what, but it may or may not be, because it is it's a female Nigerian transfer student. So it might be a cousin. I'm wondering if it's not the girlfriend or a cousin. And that account. Girlfriend. Yeah,
there was a woman involved.
Well, the Katy Perry account, she speaks more like she feels more female to me.
Well, did you actually get a verbal conversation going?
No, that's the problem.
Ask if they'll Skype with you. See how bold they are.
I've tried that. I've tried calling a couple times. So far they won't talk. I've tried to get them to call. I've tried to get them to meet in person. Yeah. I've been trying to get that. The email.
They'll never go for meet in person. They'll never go for meet in person. What I always do is when I'm trying to get someone's information, what I'll do is I'll offer a meet in person, but then I'll settle for something else, like a Google Hangouts. And then when I know they're not going to accept that, I just how about just a voice call over Skype? And that's what I want to lure them in. And then while I'm sitting there, I'll just talk to them, get them comfortable with me. And then 2 or 3 calls later, that's when I'll send them an infected file.
Yeah. You were trying to still.
Or an infected link.
Because the Morgan EDU, we figure at least want to check that, because I don't think that's a primary. I think that's either, like I said, either a girlfriend or a stolen account or. But I did check that account out earlier, and in order to do a password reset, they need to know the name of their first pet's name. So I tried to see. I go, oh, good, it has to do with pets. Like, don't you have a soul? Don't you remember your first pet? So I'm like, maybe, please, come on, take a bait. We're working from that angle.
Nah.
I don't think so.
I like this mouse over, though. Yeah, use the mouse over. I'm telling you, it'll work way better, because they're looking to get paid. So that's the best part, is when you're looking to get paid, a lot of times people get excited, and when they get excited, they make mistakes. I use it a lot when I used to break into banks. I would leverage the fact that I would find out who your IT staff was. I wouldn't even waste my time with the tellers. I wouldn't even go to the branch. What I would do is I would look online on LinkedIn and places like that, Facebook, to see where you worked. And then once I found the people that I was looking for, I would just friend up to them. I would check out their timeline, read over 2, 3, 4 years if I have to, find a hobby, find something that I know that I can talk towards. And out of your 5 or 6 IT staff, I'm going to find 1 or 2 people I can talk to. And what I'll do is I'll just friend one of your friends, and then I'll sit there and I'll just start posting on something like Deadpool. Like, hell yeah, dude, I just found this 1967 mint condition 9.6 of 10 Deadpool, and I'll go to Comic-Con and I'll take a picture with it. And they're not going to know the difference, but like, yeah, man, check it out. I can't afford it, but it's so cool. And then I'll stir up that conversation. And then over 3, 4, 5 weeks, I'll just get to know them. Like, I'll actually become their friend. And I'll leverage that relationship, and then I'll betray that trust eventually and inevitably. But what I'll do is I'll get you to trust me. I'll get you to get real close to me. This makes me sound like a really horrible person. After I've gotten close enough to where you'll just implicitly trust something I send you, that's when I'll send you an infected link or an infected file. That's when I'll hit you with the back then Java drive-bys. And it's simple. It's like, yeah, dude, check this out. A real good deal on an eBay drive. I just did this yesterday on Twitter just to see if people would click on it. It was a 960 Samsung Pro M2 drive for $550. Now for them, it was a legitimate link, but I got several people to reply to it on the comments, and so I knew for a fact that people looked at it. And so I know that people implicitly trust, and those are people that I just keep a mental note of if I ever, I need something. But it's also because I really do want people to know about it. It's a good deal. It's a damn good deal. It's 2 terabyte. It's a 2 terabyte M2 SSD for $550. It's a pretty damn good steal.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I just paid what, $200 a piece for 500 gig drives. Hell yeah, that's a good deal per gig. But the whole point being is, get them to trust you. Get them to really think that all you want is your dog back. I just want my dog back. Drag it out for a long time so that
down. Which the next step after this, that the plan is when I do send him the next amount of money, it's like, look, man, I even sent you the extra to cover the PayPal fee. Because on the second, so I showed you the $500 one. On the $1,000 one, I told him flat out, it's like, look, I'm sorry, it's $1,000 was too much. PayPal took 30, whatever the exact amount that they take is. I looked it up to verify.
I forget.
So,
it's percentage points.
Yeah, but it was just to be like, I'm being honest with you. I'm sorry. It took the extra 30.
Yeah.
So.
And that's what you could do. That's what you could leverage. You could leverage the fact that, yeah, it went through. Look, it went through, and then send them that image. But then make that image the mouse over.
Yeah.
And then boom. Delicious.
Matt, you want to help with this one? He says that a new exploit came out like 5 days ago.
A mouse over exploit.
The mouse over exploit. He goes, you just scroll over it and immediately, bam, it infects and sends you back. I don't know.
Yeah, look it up. It's on dark reading.
He said dark reading.
Yeah, it was posted 5 days ago.
On dark reading, you said it was mouse over.
Mouse over. Yeah, Gootkit.
For Gootkit.
I think it's Gootkit.
Possibly for Gootkit. I didn't go look that up. My internet sucks. So.
You gotta stay on the up and up, guys. Come on.
I'm still in school.
Tap into the pulse.
Don't get to play with new. Okay.
Yeah, the pulse is like a really shitty Cascada song with like the BPM turned down a little bit. But yeah, it's there.
Okay. I have a machine at work. Actually, I have a couple of them. Look up what an HP 9000 C100 is.
An HP 9000 T100? The hell is it?
Ancient.
HP 9000 T100. What is this? Something like it's got a manual. Oh dear God! It's a desktop. It's the 300s are in museums. What in the hell is this thing?
His work computer.
Dude.
Yes.
Really?
He supports that because they have to. It's required.
No.
It's a congressional whatever the hell it is that they're required.
They can't tell you what it's used for.
But they can't know what it's used for. But yeah, it's required.
Launch codes. The only thing that is that ancient is used for launch codes. That it is used for launch codes, isn't it?
So much ancient shit.
No, nuclear. Normally, it's SCADA. It's SCADA or it's nuclear control codes is what's leveraged for systems that old, and that's a known fact. It's public knowledge. But that's specifically because the systems are so old, nobody can break into them. They're so ancient. There's nothing to break into. It's literally it's a brick that happens to have storage.
Like Nokia's.
No. Nokia's are indestructible. There is a key distinct difference there. Nokia's cannot be destroyed. I know. I have one. It is the only phone I've never broken.
The problem with it is what they're used to support.
This isn't an open thing. Yeah.
To get rid of it requires getting rid of a lot of other equipment involved with it.
Good. Anything that thing can integrate with should be shot. If it survives, shoot it again.
Is there more burgers?
Yeah, there's a shitload over in the kitchen. If you shoot it, it doesn't go well.
Okay, yes, it is. All right, if anyone else is interested in this thing that we're discussing here, I'm gonna post the link.
That thing is ancient, like no joke, dude. That thing has a CRT.
Really, you're basing ancient based off of CRT-ness?
CRT-ness.
Yeah. Anything that isn't VGA compatible, I don't want to look at.
CRT handles VGA, no problem.
Yeah. Well, it depends on which versions. I think the older CRTs did. They had some RS2 something series.
By the way, so if you're basing that, all of ours have been upgraded to LCD, so why for you?
The question is, will this work now? Because I'm reading through George's book, George's Metasploit book, and she had mentioned that that Gmail on occasion will scrub out malicious code. So if you embedded this into a slideshow or a picture or something, it still work. Or would they have? Or would I have to upload it to my server and convince them to download it?
Say what?
For this to work, though, would I have to upload it and convince them to download it and then run it? Because
pack it in an email. Pack it in an email.
But they said that Gmail will scrub malicious code if it catches it in there.
No. The Gmail will scrub malicious code if it can read it. Yeah. Just like if you send an encrypted package, like an encrypted RAR file or zip file, Gmail can't read the contents of the file. It has to be able to legibly read it. And just with the mouse over, the malicious mouse overs, again, you can send them a link to something. Let's see, you could send it to them over another communication platform, Twitter, Facebook. Let's see, you could not send it to a Gmail account. Just tell them, hey, I'm trying to send you this and it's not working. Do you have another email I can send it to? Go after something that is going to allow you to send it through. I mean, just because they're sending Gmail doesn't mean you can't laterally move the platform from Gmail to something else. Ask them if they have a personal email or a separate personal email. This is my wife. Don't let her hide from you. Say hi to the world. Hi to the world. This is mine. This is my squish. There are many squishes like my squish, but not like my squish. And this one is mine. Food? She's promising me food.
So what do we get into with the Gmails?
She's effectively someone's attempting to scam her over a dog that's missing, and what she's trying to do is leverage social engineering to be able to successfully identify the individuals or get as close to that as possible. And what I told her to do, what we're just discussing, is using mouse over exploits that just came out recently to leverage an image of the PayPal instance that when they mouse over it, they'll be hit with the new exploit that was just recently released with Gootkit, I think it is, and will allow that to get access to the system.
Is that technically illegal?
No.
Well, skimmers and scammers normally aren't snitches, and that's because it's kind of hard to explain to the police. I got hacked while trying to defraud you.
Well, I mean, that goes back to that. That goes back to the old mafia adage. Hey, look, I'm dealing drugs and I was robbed.
Yeah,
Am I going to call the police about that?
No, I ain't saying shit.
I'm sorry. My internet sucks. It's a cell phone.
But snitches get stitches in our world. But even more importantly is if you're popping boxes, the last thing you're going to do is run crying to the police if your system gets blown up. Because what you're literally doing is walking just fistfuls of evidence directly into law enforcement's hands. Because if they're like, oh, well, my box got popped, well, the first thing they're going to ask you for is the system. And if you walk in with 300, 400 recorded instances of scamming on your laptop, that's not exactly going to end well for you. I mean, you might as well walk in with a kilo of cocaine on top of your laptop. Actually, you should, because you'll get less time.
Yeah, which is why.
Well, let's plead this out.
Yeah, let's plead this out. I'll plead guilty to drug possession in exchange for the drop charges.
we do some shit to them.
Barry, you're lagging out there.
Yeah, you're lagging pretty bad there.
It's going to happen because they're not going to report this.
Yeah, I can see what she's saying there. She's saying that nothing's going to happen because they're not going to report anything, which she's right. They're like we were just discussing. They're not going to. When I had a more colorful career on the wrong side of the fence, from occasion, I've been had a few times by a couple of people that are grayer haired than I, and they did it more so to kind of prove a point back when I was a little too cocky, and I never had anything stolen from me, but they definitely owned me, to say the least. But yeah, you can't exactly go reporting that kind of stuff, especially not with what was on my laptop at that time, back when I had like I said, a more colorful career. Yeah, let's just say I started on the wrong side of the fence.
Well, who hasn't dabbled in that side of the fence?
Oh, I didn't just dabble, sir. I didn't.
I was just trying to play it lightly.
Oh no, I'm not even gonna try to like sugarcoat that shit.
You
I
were
was
just there for
down.
research purposes.
Oh no,
Nothing
no,
more.
no, that wouldn't fly. No, I was on all the places you should not be. There is no. I was on the wrong side, and I've done plenty to make amends for my interesting and colorful career. But yeah.
So I'm assuming that breaking any OPSEC by going into excruciating detail is no longer a concern for you.
Yeah, no. I was doing carding stuff. I was very heavily into botnets and obfuscation. I would help people hide entire botnets, and I helped build some massive botnets. Actually, 2 of the people that I worked with have been arrested and formally charged.
That's when you know it's time to go. It's time to go.
Yeah.
When you're just sitting there watching CNN, and you're like,
they both wound up in the news. They both wound up in the news big time. One of them was big. It was a big arrest, and I was like, oh fuck, I'm screwed for sure. This is gonna come to bite me in the ass. I was blowing away drives and laptops. I was like, fuck this.
Yeah,
They're gonna find me with shit.
I was baseball batting my computer.
Oh no, it was drives. It was just drives. I would never break my computer. I'll just burn the drives.
No, I was that paranoid.
Oh no, you don't need to go that far. Just the
no.
drives.
I mean the first time it happened, then I was.
Oh yeah, you just freaked out. Okay, yeah, just pop the drives, man. Just pop the drives. Yeah, pop the drives, burn the accounts, and just forget the passwords. And just play like the account never existed, and move. Move would also be intelligent.
Well, I was in the Army at the time, so I was kind of stuck.
Yeah, that happens. But yeah.
And then the second time I was on a field problem, and then they had a huge raid, and I was like, oh shit.
I've never been raided. Thankfully. I've never been raided. I would have had a lot of explaining to do, to say the least. Even today, I mean, I got a lot of shit that I really kind of shouldn't have. But, I mean, that is for research purposes. That's a legitimate claim now.
So what's the rules on that? I mean, because I know like the Information Protection Act is basically.
Well, it's not just the Information Protection Act you have to concern yourself with. It's the DMCA Protections Acts as well. And with those, there are subclauses specific to research. Now, the difference is you need to be able to prove unequivocally that you are, in fact, conducting research, and you have been for a period of time. With me, I have published papers and published works and large-scale open-source projects to validate my statement of it's for research purposes. On top of that, I'm building a college, and that college is establishing an international research institute that's a formally declared institution. On top of that, I also sit as a board member for the International Institute of Research and Development. So there are substantiated claims to my statement of it is, in fact, for research purposes. And on top of that, I do not distribute it. There are no outbound connections for my systems. Once I download it, it's firewalled off, or the system is removed from the network, and only I can reach it. And so there's no capability of distribution available. And that's one of the requirements is in the research segmentation if you are in fact doing research, your research has to be isolated. It can't be publicly available. So like say, for instance, for me, I download online tutorials for IT technology specifically to study how many of them have been packed with malware. Now, for that to be a valid instance, I have to download them from an online available source, pull those down, open them up, run them, and view the content for the entirety of the content to ensure that if anything were to have been executed, it would have successfully detonated. Now, with that being said, you're not going to find me streaming that stuff online. Now, initially I was, because I didn't think anything of it, but as I studied the regulations and started to actually understand the laws behind it, I realized that part of the stipulation behind research, and actually the reason why that claim is oftentimes discredited, is because what they will cite from their legal claims is that it wasn't actually for research because you're just leveraging that as a statement for a defense. But they reference the fact that you're sharing it online through torrent links, and that you're not actually doing research. You're just trying to distribute the content and not pay for the licensing requirements. And that's one of the ways that they get around your research claim, is by discrediting you as a researcher, because any respected researcher would not allow for that content to be cycled if you were in fact concerned about it being packed with malware like I am. And it actually, a substantial amount of it is actually filled with malware to the brim. Be very careful when you're torrenting it. Only download from people with substantially high amounts of ranking. And that's generally because they have a valid reputation to protect. And so they're not going to be sharing infected content generally. Now, that's not to say that they won't build an account that's been around for a long time and then leverage that reputation maliciously, but it's unlikely statistically.
So it's a little bit unclear about like where. So you're downloading manuals that normally are not publicly accessible through torrents, and then studying those.
I'm downloading the ones that are publicly accessible through torrents, specifically because of the fact that I suspect in my research that a lot of the online content that's for IT purposes is actually packed with malware. A lot of it is. And so far, my study has been conclusive to that concept, that it is in fact packed with malware. I've actually found that you're statistically more likely to find content that's packed with malware if the content is newer as compared to if the content is older. And I found that there's a correlation between the time frame of existence of downloadable links and their availability to the generalized public, and the longer that duration of time frame goes on, the more of the links that are nefarious in intent, or the files that are nefarious in intent, are being discovered, successfully reported, and removed from availability. And so the older ones that are left over are the ones that are actually legitimate, because as people download them and get infected, they're reporting them on the back-end system, and those are being pulled down. So there is a policing effort in place. It validates the policing effort does in fact exist. But the easiest way to infect somebody is to take the brand new content and put it up there that's infected, because it's more likely to be downloaded multiple times before someone actually realizes it's infected, reports it as infected, it gets verified as infected, and removed. And so the correlation for my study so far shows that the video content and the PDF files and unique extension documents are actually the most three likely files to be infected. Specifically, I found that the Microsoft ones, the Red Hat ones, and the ones from EC Council are the three most likely to be infected. And then PDFs. PDFs are quite oftentimes packed, especially if it's an interesting book like Metasploit Unleashed, or really good programming books like Black Hat for Python, or Gray Hat Python. Those books, if you're looking at those online, there's a good chance they're infected.
I guess it's one of those things where people should probably have known what they were getting into based on the topic.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know what you're driving into, or the fact that most people don't care. It's like, yeah, I'm swapping access to my system in exchange for this really cool data. I mean, I've got boxes dedicated for that. I mean, I shit you not, I've got like 10 computers that I have dedicated just for downloading random shit. And I'm just like, yeah, whatever. You've got root on my box. I don't care.
Do you do that on a physical machine, or do you use VM?
Yeah, physical machine. Because I'll just blow it away. I've got Pixie Boot servers. I mean, hell.
Like, why not use a VM than like just snapshots or something like that? Like,
it's faster to Pixie Boot it because all I do is.
Oh, okay, so you're Pixie.
Yeah, I'm just Pixie booting over the network. It's the second it's infected, I just drop it and just literally just reboot. It's booting over the network. Doesn't matter. You can run it diskless.
So essentially, your research is downloading torrents to popular manuals to see.
Yeah, manuals and videos, PDFs. Yeah, books, effectively books. But yeah, it's actually a really great way to get your hands on a lot of latest and greatest malware, and it's simply because of the fact that the new content is going to correlate to the new time frame, and the new time frame is going to correlate to the newest stuff. Generally, what's going to end up happening is the more experienced people, a lot of times I find from HF, from more interesting sites like Darkode, they're going to be leveraging the newest, latest, and greatest that they just picked up, whether it be something like Orange or a Black Hole for the older stuff, or a Gootkit or whatever the new shit is on the block that they're paying $3, $4, $5 for. And they're going to pack it into the latest and greatest video sets or whatever content they can get their hands on that they think people are most likely to download and open. And for IT people, if they're targeting something specific or they're just trying to get their hands into as many networks as possible, they're going to go after the stuff they know for a fact you're going to want. And that's going to be the IT material. And that's why I specifically selected that in the beginning, because back when I was on the other side of the fence, that is exactly what I did. Is I went after the stuff I knew for a fact that if I sent it to someone like Irongeek, he's going to open it. He's going to trust me. He's going to open it, and I'm going to betray our wonderful friendship.
I trust no one.
You've opened stuff for me before. I know you have.
Wow.
I know for a fact you have. But don't worry, you're not infected. I promise. I love you too much.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
You and Sky are fine. Have I
met you in person at SkyDogCon? I forget everybody I meet, man. I'm really bad with, especially when people have one handle they use in person, one handle on Twitter, one in this. Yeah.
Well, I've used my handle for a long time. If you actually look me up, you could track me down to back when I was doing karting. You could find me all the way back. But it's one of the things that I've been very honest with, and it's like I said, I've done a lot of work with a lot of organizations. A lot of things have been overlooked because of that fact, and it's just one of those things that it is what it is, man. I'm very honest about it. I haven't been arrested, so it's just, I mean, again, it's one of those things. It might come back to bite me in the ass. I mean, some of those things that I did, I'm still not outside of the statute of limitations. I mean, hell, there might be some DA that's just fucking waiting in the shadows. It's like, all right, he's got 3 days left. Let's go get him. And then, like, pick me up, like, day, like, what is it? What's 10 years? What's 10 years, some days? What's that, like 3,650 days? They're going to pick me up at 3,649.5.
Yeah. It meant nothing on stream.
And, yeah, like in the court.
Hey, don't forget about adding the leap year days.
Yeah,
in the court hearing, you're just going to be playing a recording of the stream.
No, it's fine. I mean, ultimately, if they've got me dead to rights already, so it doesn't matter. I made too many mistakes along the way. But it's like I said, I've done a lot in the past to really put a distance between me and that old life. And I've never snitched. And I never will. I'll take my secrets to my grave, buddy. But I've done a lot on the other side of the fence to help other organizations protect themselves better. And so it's one of those things where, yeah, I did have a very shady past, but I've done a lot to really enhance the security and capabilities, offensive and defensive, of law enforcement and intelligence agencies. And so it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, he's got a really shady past, but he's done some really great work. We're going to keep him and keep an eye on him, kind of deal. But, I mean, it works for me. I mean, I'm in jail. So that's ideal. Not going to lie. I mean, Jail sucks.
Well, I mean, you're not in jail, so can't deny that so far.
Yeah. I mean, it's worked so far. Nobody's picked me up and put some silver bracelets in my hands. So, and I would take that deal in a heartbeat. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the last guy got, what, 37 years for carding? Yeah. Pass. Hard pass. Yeah, it was that Russian kid, right? Was it the kid of the Russian something? I forget what the guy was. But he got like 37.
Isn't that the one that like multiple governments have tried to extradite him?
No. He's already been successfully prosecuted. The guy that I'm talking about.
Oh.
He's already been picked up. He's already been prosecuted. He's already been found guilty, and they've already sentenced him to like 37 years. So like he went away for carding for 37 years. Let me pull it up actually. Yeah, like he got the largest sentence ever.
Well,
sorry, I miscited that. It's 27 years.
But still, I mean, that's
yeah. He only stole $1.7 million. That's not a lot. I mean.
No. Yeah, but
wait.
You break into someone's house while they're there, or hold them at gunpoint.
Let me rephrase that. I miscited that totally. The numbers that I've been told is definitely not accurate. This article is citing that resulted in 170 million in losses. So he did some pretty hefty damage. That's probably why they threw the book at his ass. Like, he did some serious damage. My numbers weren't near that much.
If you break into someone's house with a weapon and hold the hostage, you still only get like 5-6 years.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like the one kid that broke into the guy's the computers of those one group of kids that raped that girl. He got more years than the rapist did.
Yeah, see, that's some bullshit right there. Like.
Yeah. Like without his actions, they would have never been prosecuted at all. Now, obviously, he did break the law, and so he should still be punished. Yeah, he should still be punished for it accordingly. But
that should be more like army punishment, man. Like, hey, you should have done that 50 push-ups. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I know. Like, give him some community service and slap on the wrist.
There's a lot more to that case that's not been published in the news. You might want to check the court documents on that one.
Yeah, well, I haven't had access to the court documents. I haven't had a chance to read them, so I don't know. I do know that he broke into the systems. I know that he broke in. He did confess to breaking into the systems. That much I do know. So he did break into. He did hit a CFAA. That's for sure.
Get that dude a medal.
Yeah, I know, right?
So, supposedly he also I had one of the people supposedly involved in that case tweeting frantically at me after I mentioned Derek the Stutter. She was ranting about what a horrible person he was.
Gary?
Huh?
Is your name Gary? Sorry, you sound just like a friend of mine at a previous work location. Go ahead, sorry. I was just you sound so much like him. I was like, holy shit, is that Gary?
No, what made it worse is the look on your face, like, Gary?
Anyway.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, proceed. I'm rude. Sorry. I got really excited there for a second.
Damn right.
Anyway, so if I recall correctly, she mentioned about it sounded like Derek was blackmailing someone.
Okay.
So, I've not read the court documents myself, but I mean, she technically wasn't the only person who said there's more to the story than Hacker got more time than the rapist he caught.
Uh-huh.
So, just saying, probably best, and I should do this myself, check Pacer, read what the heck happened.
Okay, I'll have to check that out. Just a quick question for you. What do you think about Gamergate?
Oh, hell.
No.
I'm not talking about
I'm
that.
gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Not talking about that.
I don't think it's Gary. Gary loves Gamergate. Sorry, that was some bait right there I just put out, but yeah.
Somebody did it.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I saw someone use earlier today, a friend of a friend Gamergate is the excuse for why there's so few women in STEM. I'm like, oh please.
Oh, get
please.
the fuck out of here.
No.
Was there like a cartoon
No.
or a show where some chick's playing
No.
a game and she's like,
I
tossing and
was
screaming at people?
yelling at somebody just today about some shit like that. We're like, yeah, I got your back, girl. And I'm like, what? You expecting a bear to maul her? It's like DEF CON isn't full of crazy people. It's full of hackers. And yeah, some of them don't have very many pieces in place in terms of manners. And some of them are total creepers. But there are creepy people everywhere.
But if you avoid the male feminists, there's not that many creepers.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then they are the creepers.
Yeah. Let's not go down that track at finger
Here's the
pointing.
exact quote. I still think Gamergate cost us a generation of brilliant female tech talent. Who would go into a field so violently opposed to your voice? They're not opposed to your fucking voice. There were women in fucking Gamergate. You may argue it was a stupid fucking thing because it was about game journalism and games don't really matter. I know someone else will argue with me on that. But that's not what it was fucking about. What you had was, all right, there was some, not nepotism, what's the term? Cronyism happening. Some people complained about it. The people they were complaining about happened to be women. If you ever complain about a woman, there are certain people in the San Francisco area who will automatically call that sexism. And then these people who have been marginalized most of their life from living in their mom's basements get pissed off and say, wait, we're the ones that
Well, I would add to that
and then all that shit goes up on 4chan, and 4chan goes, oh, we control all sides of these oversensitive motherfuckers. Both on the Gamergate
and then it explodes.
Side, and shitload happens.
Yeah. And that was just like what happened to...
with that one.
Yeah, with what happened with Uber. What just happened with Uber. A board director that's up in his 50s, 60s. I mean, obviously, dude's way old school.
Yep.
Their type is on the way out, man. If nothing else. Their generation is on the way out. And he made a comment. Yes, he did. He made a comment.
Yep.
Was it inappropriate? Absolutely.
Yep.
Should they have exposed the entire company's stock value because of it? No. Someone should have gotten HR and had a conversation with the gentleman. Even though he is a board member, he is still under the policies of HR. They should have had a quiet conversation with him and said, hey, look, I know you said this comment in the board meeting. It's a little inappropriate. You shouldn't be saying things like that about women. It can be misconstrued as incredibly sexist to some people, offensive to others, and just inappropriate to the general masses. And that would have been a very quick conversation.
Yeah.
You did not have to remove a key player from a billion-dollar company that is already missing a large portion of their control and infrastructure for command.
But you know
they're missing almost their entire C-suite right now.
Yeah.
The last thing they need to lose is another board member.
You know what? What's happening?
Yeah, there's like what, 40,000 people that work for Uber?
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't be tampering with that when their chain of command is so fragile to begin with.
What'd the guy say?
He just made some comment about a woman being inside of the board member, and one gentleman made a comment to the effect of, oh yeah, if we have one woman, we're more than likely to end up with another one. And then like the other guy made the inappropriate comment of, oh, if we have a woman, we're most likely she's most likely to be talking a lot more. And I'm just like, inappropriate? Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
but not.
Sex
it wasn't grounds for cause of removal.
No, that's just one of those things where you're just kind of like, dude, you really shouldn't say that. That's unacceptable. Yeah, and that's exactly it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it does impact funding, and it wasn't a formalized board meeting, to the best of my knowledge. So they really shouldn't have published the minutes publicly to begin with. They should have dealt with that issue internally, and it should have been addressed formally internally to deal with the issue, which it was in fact inappropriate. But it should not have cost them a board seat, because now there's one less board seat filled, and they have access to a lot less capital, a lot less relationships, because he's gone. And instability is the last thing Uber needs, with their CEO now taking a hiatus for reasons unknown.
Especially Lyft is.
Yeah.
And I think Lyft is on their ass too.
Oh, absolutely. So. Lyft took full advantage of that chance. They didn't even wait 10 minutes. They were on that shit the second that it popped.
Oh, he said woman? Oh, yeah.
He said
we're on it.
Yeah, they took it for a ride.
They said,
pun
say
intended.
it again.
Yeah, pun intended there. But yeah, it's just a bad decision overall. Now, I will admit they have had some issues with sexual harassment at the company, absolutely. and 16 people have been fired for it. That has been addressed. I think appropriate measures have been taken because 16 people have lost their jobs for it.
But I mean, like you said, it should have. Once it hit public knowledge,
Once it hit social media, he was forced to resign.
Yeah,
But
there was no way around it.
Yeah,
there was no way to sweep it under the rug. There was no way to.
Yeah. It should have been controlled. That conversation should have been controlled, and it should have been dealt with formally. Because here's the issue. This is the number one thing that I've always said. If you're gonna address an issue like the sexism or any kind of racism or stereotyping, you need to address it formally, not just fire somebody. Because if you fire them, all you've done is kick that can down the road. If you address the issue directly and you actually take on the source of the problem of the racism and you force them to confront their issues with that collective group of individual, then you're going to force them to change. You can force them to change through your employment. You can't force them to do anything outside of your employment. And so you have the responsibility socially to address the issue head on and not just kick it down the road and ignore it because, oh, well, I fired him. It's not my problem now.
Exactly.
If you address the issue, you resolve the issue. Yep. If you just fire somebody, you've done nothing.
The can down the road.
You've kicked the can down the road and you've just replayed that issue. Because if they're racist, they're going to be racist again somewhere else. If they're sexist,
but then it's not their problem.
Be sexist again. Yeah, but it's not their problem now. But I'm not okay with that. I don't sleep well at night with that issue on my conscience. Because if I just fire you because you made a sexist comment to Julie,
they're like, oh shit, I'll just get another job.
Yeah, he'll just get another job. You haven't fixed the issue. Who's the next Julie? Who's Julie 2.0? And that's exactly the issue. That's what people are doing these days, and it's the complete wrong way of going about it. You need to reform these people. Because the gentleman who just took a board seat, who just left his board seat, all he's going to do is take his millions and millions of dollars and walk his happy ass straight to another company who is willing to accept him because they want the millions and millions of dollars and the connections that he brings. It's that simple.
But they're going to bring him. They're going to bring him in under an advisory role, and hey, you shove us the money under the table and not have your name on it. He's still going to be the same person. He's still going to be the same person. He may be in an advisory role, but he's still going to be the same guy who makes the same inappropriate comments. That's not going to resolve the problem. That doesn't confront the individual.
Did you just say IT in the government? Oops. Because I mean, it'd be some. Listen, I used to work for NASA.
Unique.
I used to work for NASA. I used to work for Northrop Grumman. I used to work at SAIC. I've seen some of the most inappropriate shit in those damn companies, and nobody does shit. Be like, oh yeah, that's Rick. Rick's been here for 20 years, so we kind of just let it slide. No,
address it. Address it. Rick's not going to leave. He's been there for 20 years. The last thing he wants is to change.
That's my whole
point. Thing he wants to change.
And he won't change.
Yeah, no, he will change. Because he doesn't want change. Yeah, if he's forced to. If you make him change, he will change. He may not change a lot. He may not actually change. He might just dress it up and then just not make the comments, or he may withdraw himself to an extent away from contact with other individuals of the related instance group. But that will mitigate that issue on a permanent basis. And there'll be more withheld. And that is ideally what you want. You want to address the problem directly. Don't brush it off to the side. Don't be like, oh, it's cool because he's been here 20 years. Don't be like, oh, well, he's a board member. I don't give a shit if you're Jesus. If you're sexist and you're sitting in my boardroom, we're going to have a come to Jesus moment in my office in private with Julie from HR. Yeah. Oh, no. You're going to stay and we're going to talk. We're going to talk this out and we're going to explain why proper etiquette is required. But I'm going to address the issue directly. I'm going to confront you on it.
You know what? You know what? We need to clone him. Clone him.
Yeah. But it's the only way to solve the problem.
Logan, we're cloning you. That's it. That's it, Logan. We're cloning you. We need you in Virginia.
Anytime I've heard the words, we're going to have a come to Jesus talk, normally it happened after hours, and somebody walked in the next morning with a shiner. I'm just saying.
Hey, if that's what it takes. If that's what it takes, that's fine. That's fine. I got a gym membership. If I gotta beat the shit out of you,
So you
I'm
gotta
gonna do
beat
it.
some sense into some people, and they don't
Exactly.
understand.
Exactly. But it's like I tell them, it's like, do you like your 6-figure salary or do you like your pride? Because I'm gonna take one of them.
So beating the hell out of somebody is fine, but saying insulting words isn't. Got it.
No.
I'm not saying
No.
Yes.
I'm
Welcome
just
to America.
Don't you start America too. We ain't gonna start that.
No.
Some people.
Workplace violence is not acceptable.
No, damn.
Violence in the octagon is.
That's what happened after hours and off the clock.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. That was off premises. Whatever happens in the octagon.
Yeah, no,
stays on the mat.
it's just the way it was presented.
No.
I know
Violence. Let me make a formal statement here. Let me make a formal statement here. I do not, nor would I ever condone physical violence against employees to any extent, unless you are a security contractor.
On company time or company property.
Look here.
Well, it was on company property.
No. I'm sorry, because look, no, I just had to get this shit out. I'm sorry, because we got too many goddamn people out here that talk so much shit like they're gonna do something on the clock. Then I gotta turn into Incredible Hulk after the clock. Never mind. Let me get my ice and put my stuff in my derby time.
Actually, I had a manager get cross at me to the point of where we was in front of customers, and I was like, dude, you might want to chill with that. We'll talk about this later. And I went to go see him later, and quite frankly, he left after that meeting.
I know he did. He said,
I've had way better experience. I've had to actually break up a fist fight at a location. It was pretty outstanding. I actually got fired for that too, which was amusing. I was the one who got fired. But it's cool. It's water under the bridge. I ain't ashamed of it. So it was at a location. I'm not gonna say with who. It was a federal location.
I see.
Very high profile. Government Contracting Institute. At the government site. Fully cleared environment. SES groups walking around on a tour. That's all I'm gonna say. And the PM had a new guy come in, an assistant PM, and it was between him and the senior / kinda lead, like acting lead systems engineer. And the guy made a comment. Like the guy was kind of a dick. I'm not gonna lie. The guy was kind of a dick to a lot of people. Me, I'm used to being around that. I don't give a shit. Whatever. I just ignore you. You're not my boss. Kinda. And he made some offhanded comment that I think was perceived the wrong way because he was an older white gentleman and the lead systems engineer was an African-American young man. And I think the African-American young man misperceived his comment in an inappropriate manner that it was, I would assume, was not intended. And he got very upset very quickly, already under a lot of stress. We all were. I'm not even going to begin to lie about that. It was an O&M install, a very, very high-profile location. Everybody was on edge, a lot of issues. Everything was behind schedule because of access. It was like 14 different cleared areas that we had to work with. And it was a lot of pressure. And the guy kind of was on his edge already. And that he misinterpreted that comment, I think, because he was already looking for a problem, and he just happened to find an excuse to find one. And he turned around, and I wouldn't say charged, but he very aggressively stepped towards the assistant PM, and the assistant PM made the mistake of, instead of stepping away and diffusing the situation, he stepped forward and engaged it. And that was a mistake.
Well, you know something? Sometimes, and like I said, I don't know who was right and wrong in the situation, but if somebody steps towards you aggressively, sometimes your natural reaction is like,
your instinct, yeah.
You feel lucky?
Yeah, the instinct was very simple, is he stepped towards the engineer, and he reacted by pushing him back. And the mistake that the PM made is what he should have done, is again,
walk away.
Stepped away from the situation and had security escort him away. Instead,
what What if one of them was in a wheelchair?
He made the mistake.
Stop.
Well, that would be fucked up.
Look, I'm sorry.
Roll away. That's messed up, dude. That's fucked
Roll
up.
them away.
But yeah, but he stepped forward again and engaged the individual and pushed him back.
Oh,
And that was definitely where lines had been
that
crossed.
was a death blow to his career.
And so when they started to throw down, I stepped in between both of them and pushed them both away, and that's probably why I got fired. To be honest, is I pushed the manager back, and I grabbed the engineer with both hands, and I walked him out of the room to defuse the situation that the manager should have done in the first place.
Yeah.
And that's because I don't know about you guys, but when there's a whole herd of SES 3s and 4s walking around in the environment, I think the last thing I want to do is to have that follow me for the next 25 years. Oh yeah, I saw that guy. I know that kid. He's the guy who was beating the shit out of somebody in the insert blank facility data room. I remember that. That was a pretty good fight. Yeah, I don't want to be. I don't want to be affiliated with that.
That's what I'm saying. I just want to go. Sometimes, like, and here's the thing too. And the workplace has become. I don't know, man. People, like I said, when as more political shit and more, not even just political stuff, but just more topics come up and people feel they have the right to say certain shit and everything else. It just makes the work environment sometimes a more hostile place than it has to be.
Well, honestly, I think part of the issue with that is there's, and this is something that I've actually talked quite a bit about, is a lot of times, a lot of conversations going on in the workplace that simply don't belong there.
Exactly.
If you want to discuss political views, fantastic. If you want to discuss religious views, fantastic. Again, you have every right as an American to do so. But please remember to do so on your own time. If you want to have a theology discussion, please, by all means, I openly encourage that. But do that on your own time, and do that with the open-minded understanding that the individual on the opposite side may have completely different, if not totally conflicting beliefs as you, and you need to be receptive to that.
Okay.
And that's just a simple reality.
Okay, I'm gonna lay down a scenario for you.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, so there was three people. There was three people in this office. One of the guys was just one of the people who was just just sitting there just doing his work, and the two other personnel were just having a general conversation, and the word hell comes out. Just the word hell.
Not even in the biblical sense.
No, I don't know. I just know it was just the word hell, and so instantly the third party who overheard the word hell gets up and runs out of the room and runs straight to HR.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hey,
Really?
Y'all, a little tip here. We're walking the dogs. I go to the hardware store. And this
What the hell? Is that me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What the hell did I do?
And I get
I'm trying to figure out how to kill it. Let me mute myself. I figure out what the fuck I did.
And I got here.
Going to the hardware store.
Okay. So he runs up. He runs to HR, and then both of the other two personnel winds up over at HR having to explain themselves, rather than the dude approaching the situation by saying, "Hey, I'm sorry. That goes against my beliefs. I find that very offensive."
Yeah.
And it probably would have been crushed right there.
Yeah. Like, cool.
But then again, that person was a snitch, so.
Yeah, honestly, it's what I've said on all my teams. Is the first thing I'm gonna do is I check for people. The first thing I want to do is I want to see how you escalate issues. I want to see how you engage problems. And my thing is I'm very military mindset. Not even so from the fact that I'm a military ex-military veteran, but from the fact of I like their mentality, which is deal with it at the lowest level possible first, if you can.
Right.
Including everything from sexual harassment issues to workplace violence to the printers out of paper. Keep it at your team level. Address it formally at your team level. Because here's the issue. If you take that issue, say for instance you're working on a stock with me at a contract site, and you have a problem. So and so is showing up late every day.
Right.
Fantastic. I have a process for that. It's very simple. Let me know. If you go over my head and you go to the PM, there's
And
nothing I can do
it's out
for
of
you.
your hands.
It's out of my hands. I can't help you now. I can't put stuff in place. I can't deal with it formally because you've now addressed it at a level higher than me. Even as a company owner, HR holds a lot of authority. And when HR says something, I have to respect that. Because ultimately, I have to respect the authority of HR. Otherwise, their authority is meaningless.
Right.
And so if you take it to HR, even me as the company owner, I mean, ultimately, yes, I have the authority to just say, no, I'm not going to do that. But then what I have done is I've set a precedence of overriding the authority of HR. And now from every day forward, I have to address that problem formally every time, every disciplinary issue. And so if you take it to HR before you take it to me, I can't help you. I have to accept whatever HR decides, and that may not end in your favor.
Right.
There's no guarantee that's going to end well, because HR might hear you come in and you may misstate something. You may misquote something. You may be misunderstood or misinterpreted, and they could hear 15 sentences of moi, 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 and then all they hear is, oh yeah, I got in like a couple of minutes late, and while I was walking in, so-and-so, moi, 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 moi. All they're going to hear is the fact that, oh, you're coming in 3 minutes late, and then I pulled your timesheet, and you reported a full 8 hours. Timesheet fraud, you're fired.
Uh-oh. Government.
And that has happened.
Yeah, that has happened. Now, not with me specifically, but I do know of other people that has happened too. And the issue is if you take it up with me as your team lead, I will address the problem. And I promise you, I will address it fairly. Because if you come up to me and you say, oh yeah, I'm a few minutes late every day because I have a kid that's sick, your kid is sick. I'm not going to hold a gun to your head because you have to wait a few minutes because they have to take 6 different pills. I mean, I'm not gonna punish you for that. HR will. HR doesn't give a shit about you. You're a metric to them.
Of course not, because they'll lob you off. You're replaceable.
Yeah, you're nothing more than a metric to them. They don't know you from Adam. 9 times out of 10, you have to call somebody 3 cities away. They're not even aware of your child's medical condition in most instances. I am. I get it. They won't.
As my coworker used to say, you're just another condom in the box.
Exactly. Exactly. And they're gonna use you, they're gonna fuck you, and they're gonna throw you away. Yeah, they're gonna flush you straight down, and they're gonna put a brand new one on. And that's what's up. But that's why I always tell people, always take it to your local chain of command first. Take it to your team lead, take it to your assistant team lead, and always do it in private. Be respectful of the situation, because when they see that you're addressing them in that manner, they're going to respectfully reciprocate that. And that's because you've asked to speak with them in private. You've asked to address the issue quietly. You want to settle it quietly and sweep it under the rug, so to speak. Not sweep it under the rug and ignore it, but sweep it under the rug to where it is addressed formally, but also still addressed.
Okay.
And the issue is if you don't do that, if you just go loud with it, they're immediately going to go on the defensive, because now they have to explain to their boss. I have to explain to my boss why the hell this shit's going on. And now you're on my shit list, because I have to figure out all of a sudden now I'm on the defensive, getting blindsided in a meeting where it's like, oh, hey, Logan, can I talk to you in my office? And I'm like, oh, sure. Yeah, no problem. Let me just go ahead and pack this up, get this stuff done, finish this presentation. Yeah, and I'm on my way.
No. We're going to take care of this right now in my office.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times managers give me time because I work on a lot of stuff. But yeah, the whole point is when I walk in that door and I close that door, that's when the shit starts to hit me head on. Because the first thing that's going to come out of his mouth is, do you mind telling me? And then insert some bullshit right after that.
Well, prime example, right? All right. This happened back in October, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We had one guy, and he was from India.
Okay. So there's a language barrier.
Yeah, but he was a nice guy. Like,
okay.
He was real nice.
Yeah.
And
there's also a culture barrier.
Yeah. So we had this one white guy. He was just
oh boy.
He was an asshole to everybody. You know, like he was one of those guys. Like, I'm pretty sure outside of work, he's like, "This is my America, and why are you here?" type scenario. And yeah. He was one of those guys. So what happened? He made a comment. He said, and this shit you not. We're sitting in the room like doing the pen test. He said, "I'm just so sick of these goddamn H1 motherfuckers coming up in here all the damn time."
Oh, hell no.
And everybody, it shocked everybody. Everybody looked like, what the fuck did he just say?
No.
And the dude from India just looked, you could tell he was like fucked up behind it. I said, dude, what you just heard, you need to take that to HR. You need to explain it.
No. He needs to let
no.
his team lead address that. And the first thing I would have done is I would have walked up to that gentleman. I would have whispered in his ear, "Can I speak to you in private, please?" And I would have walked him straight to HR and told him to process his way out. This gentleman will be leaving the company today. Thank you, and then leaving.
That was the craziest shit I ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that is unexcusable behavior. And that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable behavior ever. You should never discriminate on somebody just because they're a foreigner. They're there for a reason. One, a lot of times those guys come over here for work because they legitimately need it, or their legitimate skill set's being imported for a reason. They're not just here taking jobs. That is a misnomer. And I'll squash that right away. That is a misnomer.
I don't give a shit if they were over here just taking jobs, okay?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Rudeness is not acceptable.
Exactly. And that's the whole, but see, that's the whole problem that goes on in the workplace. And they'll, because I had to get I talked to him directly because he kept saying, "Yeah, Charles is like my only black friend." I'm like, "Whoa, homie, listen, like, stop that. Why can't I just be your friend?
Yeah.
Why I got to be a label to it?" I had to nip that in the butt because he kept saying it. And I was just like,
well, a lot of times, especially if they're a Caucasian male, we're put on the defensive for that. And there is a race issue. But a lot of white guys are put on the defensive of, "Oh yeah, I'm not racist. I have plenty of black friends." But we're put into a position where we have to make that statement. I'm Native American. I don't give a shit what any of you say. I was here first.
But it's so much fun to hit people with. Okay, well, can you go up to the whiteboard? Well, why does it have to be white? And you just look.
Yeah, that's just now you're just picking. Now the people are just picking.
No, I'm just saying.
If we use the blackboard.
Yeah.
Whiteboard,
Yeah,
blackboard. They're gonna be taking shots. If they're just taking shots, they're just looking to start a pot. And those kind of people you don't need near you. Those guys you don't need.
No, but I mean, when I did it a couple times, people actually get it that I was just fucking around and I wasn't really being serious about it.
Yeah. But some people actually do that stuff and they are serious about it. Just like what really annoys me. This is the thing about feminists that I don't like.
Tell it.
No.
I done turned the volume up.
Wait.
Okay. Now let me say this. When I'm having a conversation with somebody and I'm talking and I use the male inference of him or his or he, and then someone makes a comment, "Oh, why does it have to be a he?" It's like, because statistically 95.45% of the time it's a he, but because you asked, he or she. But to interrupt me to have to say he or she, to say him or her, it's very vague. And then you have another individual, because they're just going to take it to the next level. Okay, well, about Zimmer Zay. It's like, really? Zimmer Zay? I mean, I know it's an approved pronoun, but now it's just becoming more just complicated of me to try to make a statement.
Adam Morgan has his thing.
Hey,
He has something.
We'll talk to him. And I can't say them because that's just straight offensive.
Yes, Adam Morgan. Adam Morgan has this saying. He calls it guys feminists. These are feminists pissed off when people refer to general groups as, "Hey, you guys," even if the group includes women.
Yeah.
Logan, I don't know if you got the memo, but the future is female.
Female? Well, you're assuming gender now. What if she isn't actually she? What if she likes to refer to herself as him?
Ma'am, they get like you said, why does she gotta be a he? Next thing you know.
Why are you assuming gender? Why are you assuming gender?
But that's what they do. Like some people.
Yeah, exactly. But they're just looking to stir the pot. And those are the kind of guys or girls, again, see, I don't want them on my team. I don't want them on my team because they're not there to contribute. They're there to cause problems. And people like the individual who made that very inappropriate comment, most people I will try to save. But when you're making a comment like that,
Nah.
I can't help you. That's an HR. And now I'm not going to fire you, but I am going to request that you're immediately removed from my team while you're being dealt with. And I'm going to send HR an email, because the first thing they're going to ask me is, when I walk in and make a comment like that, they're going to ask me why. And I'm going to say, very simply, I'll send you an email about it. I'm not even going to waste my time explaining myself. I'll send you an email, Susan. And I'm going to go back to my office place, because I now have to address another employee who's been become emotionally damaged from this experience. Yeah. And that is emotionally damaging comment. I need to go help my employee realize that they have friends and they are protected in my environment. And let them know that individual will no longer be on our team. I do apologize for their comment in advance. Yeah. And you need to understand that you are welcome here and that you should feel safe in our work environment. They will no longer be working with us. He will be transferred or terminated.
Myself and other people, we just kind of was just messed up the rest of the day, because it's just damn.
Yeah, your day is ruined. I send them home because I have no reason to keep you there. You're not going to perform well for the rest of the day, potentially the rest of the week. You're going to be disturbed by it. I'll check up on you on a regular basis to make sure you're okay. And I'll link up with you off company time to make sure you understand. But once you disturb an employee to that level, once you feel discomfort to that level, like for instance of sexual harassment in the workspace, I don't want her or him there right now, because they don't feel safe. They need to go somewhere where they feel safe, like their home or their car, anywhere but right here. And I send them home, and I tell management, and they don't ask questions. It's like, look, I'm sending them home because of XYZ situation, and this is just the way it's going to be. You got a problem with it. Well, that's just too bad. Exactly. But that's a statement that I make with my management the second I step into the arena, which is, look, it's my team. I answer to you directly. You're my boss. You tell me what you want done, I will go execute. But you need to understand that I'm going to manage my team my way while I'm here. And if you disagree with that, we will have a professional conversation in private where we will discuss the situation and we will discuss what your desired alternatives are.
That's
but
it.
For now, until
get in that cloning machine. That's it. Get in that machine. That's it.
Well, it's just proper leadership, and that's one of the issues that's really missing from most environments is proper leadership. People don't understand that there is a particular way you address the situations, and that's in a proper, respectful, and private manner.
See, and that's the thing. We need more minds like that, like yours, in those positions. Because right now, there's a lot of people, and age has nothing to do with it. I don't recommend age. It's a person's mindset from maybe their generation or upbringing or whatever else. But a lot of these mindsets right now is a Stone Age mindset, and the shit is killing morale all over the place. It's just like a cancer.
Well, their issue is and it's an archaic mentality, but it's an effective mentality. And the reason why it sticks around is because it works. And their mindset is chop off the arm to save the body. And the mentality is pretty radical. And it's unfair most times to both the perpetrator and the victim. The perpetrator normally gets what they deserve, but the victim doesn't deserve what ends up happening next. But this is exactly what happens in most sexual harassment cases. And it's why I address it formally, and then I address it formally with my team. And this, say for instance, I have a sexual harassment incident. I'm going to go through the standard HR processes, and then I'm going to inform HR. I'm going to formally address it to my team. And they ask me why. Why would I do that? And the first thing I tell them is very simple, because they're going to talk about it either way. If I address it formally, it is a concluded instance and item of, hey guys, this is the situation going on. This is why HR is asking you these questions. Do your best to cooperate to the fullest extent. There will be an investigation. This is the incident that's being looked into. These are the reasons why. This is why I tell you specifically, don't have interactions of an inappropriate nature with the opposite sex or the same sex while in the workspace. If you want to ask them out on a date, feel free to do so in an appropriate manner in the hallway on your way out, or in the parking lot on your way out in a very proper manner with someone else present to observe the situation. And if you are turned down, politely and respectfully accept that and move on.
I'm glad you mentioned something else.
It's very important, but here's why. If you address the situation formally, you address it directly, and you address it to the entire team at the same time, nobody else has any issues with it. They get it. They understand it. There's no gossip. They know the truth. They know the facts. And that's it. It's done.
Yep.
And it's HR is going to find what they're going to find. Emails are going to be pulled. People are going to be talked to. Account statements are going to be given. And Julie's not going to be harassed for 6 more months.
Right.
She's going to be given the proper respect that she deserves. And they're going to understand Steve was let go. I'm just giving names here, by the way. Steve was let go because Steve has asked her on a date 15 times in the past 3 days. And he made inappropriate email comments, and that is why Steve is gone. And you understand as an individual, do you like Julie? Fantastic. Ask Julie on a date, a single time. And if she says no, fantastic. She has said no, accept her, respect her, move on to the next young woman or man that you find attractive. And then just let bygones be bygones and accept the fact that Julie is your coworker, not a potential date.
And I'm glad you said or man, because
yeah, well, you have.
because
I would
usually-
never assume. I would never assume,
Right.
and I treat
And
every
that's-
situation the same.
Right, and that's the thing, because some people be like, "Oh," and again, you know how they do with the feminist
To
movement.
each his own. Hey, man, however you want to roll it, go for it.
Exactly, but
Whatever
you know,
packages your box, man.
exactly. But that's the
Yeah.
thing. Like a lot of times, like say, like how the female interrupted you and say, "Why does it have to be only he or whatever?"
Yeah,
Sometimes it's just like
I would never assume.
if somebody, but if somebody said, "Well, what?" You know, some people in here are gay as well. I've seen that happen too. Some people are gay in here as well. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
so
You're gay.
Fantastic.
Congratulations. What you want? A cookie? Like,
I wouldn't say it that way. That's being aggressive towards them. I would just say, hey, fantastic. I'm glad that you express your sexual desires. Again, please refrain from doing so while in the workplace.
oh my God, yes.
I don't know too much about that because I've seen situations that got blown out of proportion.
No, I mean that specifically in the fact of don't engage in sexual interactions while on the work premises. If you're going to do that, go get a hotel.
Whoops.
Don't let me catch you in the copier room.
I'm not gonna put it out there. I'm guilty of it. I've done it once or twice.
Yeah.
I mean, shit
Oh, I
happens.
have too.
Shit.
Totally.
Shit's
Totally,
happened.
I'm
You
guilty.
know, a stressful situation. Next thing you know, somebody's in your office. Next thing you know, yeah.
Yeah. And one thing I'll immediately say.
This is happening to me.
Yeah. Well, I'll immediately say, if you're interested, if you're ever interested in somebody at the workplace, the smartest thing that you can do is disclose it to HR. That sounds stupid. It sounds crazy. You would be surprised. Most people in HR are very open-minded to the fact that you're honest about it up front. I've told mine in the past, hey, I like so-and-so. I think she's beautiful. What do you guys think? Do you think it would be appropriate for us to date? Sometimes they say yes. Sometimes they say no. And they give me a solid fact behind it. And I say okay or okay. And then I just take it as it is. Because again, I can't undermine HR. Now, what a lot of times that they'll do, and the suggested process and our internal process is to take both individuals, bring them into the HR room, and speak to them privately with their management present and say, hey, these two individuals are interested in each other. We just want to disclose the fact that they're both consensual and to determine the fact of whether or not there's leadership involved behind either instance of is so-and-so in charge of so-and-so. And so they eliminate any biased behaviors. And so as long as that's established, that's fine. And if they are involved, we simply just transfer them under the same roles under another manager. And so they report to a separate manager, but they still work in the same office space. And as kind of convoluted as that sounds, they still receive their tasks from somebody else, but their authority figure is the new manager above them, so there's no conflict of interest. It's a very simple fix. It's not an issue. And then from there, because most of the time when you have issues for discipline, the discipline is simply from a disciplinarian perspective. It's not based on a workload. Discipline normally comes from HR. Or it's referred from management to HR, and HR initializes it. But either way, it stems from HR. The authority and the discipline comes from HR. And so as long as you eliminate that bias, you're fine.
Now, what about affairs?
Oh,
Hey, man.
that's a sticky situation.
Ultimately, here's the way I see it. And this is my personal opinion. If you're having an affair, you need to seriously have a conversation with your spouse because there are marital problems that you need to address, or with your significant other.
Right.
You need to address it. I'm not going to interfere in the elected decisions of two consenting adults. because you have, as consenting adults, consented effectively to whatever actions you're interacting with each other on. And whatever level that may be, that is between two consenting adults. I personally do not condone affairs, but I'm not going to force my beliefs on you because my beliefs are based on a Christian belief, and I'm not going to force my religious beliefs on my employees or my moral beliefs on my employees because my beliefs are mine, your beliefs are yours. And I'm not going to infringe on your rights as an American simply because I believe differently than you and I have authority. My duty is to my company. My duty is to my company. If you choose to do something and you two consent to it, fantastic. That's your decision. But you will have to deal with the ramifications. If your spouse finds out, you're going to have to deal with the divorce. If their spouse finds out, they're going to have to deal with the divorce. If someone crazy shows up to my parking lot with a pistol, my security team will deal with that.
I was about to say, are you gonna let him in?
No, I like my employees too much. I ain't letting that happen. Nah. But there are ramifications to your decisions, and that fallout, should it come, should it arise, should it go public, people are going to find out. And if there is a public angst against it and it negatively impacts the company, I will have to react to that. And I will go to HR, and then I will place that decision in their hands. And then if there is a morals and ethics code or some kind of code that's specific to the company that you violated, then yes, there will be actions and ramifications. Say, for instance, for all of our managers are stuck to a specific strict code that you won't do any negative image damage to the company.
Exactly.
Now, how that has occurred is irrelevant to me. I don't care if it's because you were seen riding a tricycle backwards on a 2-lane bike lane. I don't care. If it ends up going viral on Twitter because you're some asshole riding a tricycle in a bicycle lane, well, we're going to have a conversation with HR, but that's outside of my control. That's an HR call, and they can be like, this is stupid, or sorry, Steve, we're going to have to let you go. That's not on me. That's their decision. But that's because I respect their authority because I gave it to them for a reason. And if I didn't trust them, they wouldn't be on my team because they wouldn't be in my company.
Right. You can't be out here embarrassing the company.
Yeah.
Doing all
in
kinds
some
of crazy
instances,
stuff. Yeah.
affairs will do that. But again, that's not my decision. I am not going to force that on somebody else. Nope. I'm not going to make you be a certain way. I'm not Chick-fil-A. I'm not Chick-fil-A.
I hear you, man. I'm like this. I'd rather be in trouble. This is just my personal opinion. I'd rather be in trouble with the law. I took an oath before God. Rather than break that bond, I'd rather be in trouble with the law. Rather than that.
For me, it's what I tell everybody is you should follow your own moral codes and standards to the fullest extent of your own beliefs. And I do, for my faith, I do, absolutely. Yeah. But at the same time, I equally respect the rights and decisions of everybody else because I have atheists who work for me. And I'm not going to force them to recognize Christian practices simply because they work for me and I'm Christian. Therefore, our business is a Christian business. That's not the case. We're not a church.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're not a church. Our company isn't a church. It's a defense contractor that specializes in engineering and IT and education.
Exactly.
So, okay, I just want to ask this question. So, for example, like I'm atheist.
Okay.
And I have absolutely no qualms about working on a certain day in December.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you want to work on Christmas, that's fine.
Yeah.
What I openly offer is it's a holiday. December 25th is a federally accepted holiday, and as such, employees that want to take that day off can feel free to do so. Yeah. If we're running a 24/7, 365 operation, we're required to man that location for that period of time, which means on December 25, there will be staff present on a skeleton crew basis. Yeah. And I ask for volunteers. And then we offer a separate day off in exchange. We give you a floating holiday because that's reasonable. Yeah. There was a federal holiday. You're not able to take that federal holiday. As such, you're given another day of your choice for your convenience because of the fact that you were inconvenienced by the company. And on top of that, I give you another comp day because you worked on a holiday.
No, I was just saying sometimes people would just automatically assume and then work me every holiday. I didn't have a problem whatsoever.
Oh yeah, me. I work every holiday too for the most part, but that's because I love what I do.
Yeah. But then as far as the referrals, way early in my career, there was a situation where it involved a supervisor and an employee that was under him that he was.
Yeah, that's inappropriate.
And the boyfriend / husband found out. Well, what we didn't know was that he was a member of MS-13 and put 5 into the supervisor.
Shit. That's bad.
Yeah,
but that's also a law enforcement issue. So what I would have said from that perspective is I would have addressed it from the fact that there's an employee who is a supervisor who's having direct relations with an employee directly under him in his supervisory role, and he has not followed our standard HR process that we have openly in place, that he can bring that situation to our attention, and we will place her under disciplinarian authority and the promotional authority of a separate manager to remove that stigma so that she no longer reports to him for a promotional or for a disciplinarian basis, and her reviews are not written by someone she's sleeping with.
So here's what they did. So he lived.
I would hope so.
They took care of him throughout the process, and then
because they're required to do so by law.
When he was healthy enough to get back to work, they fired him.
That's inappropriate.
What?
That's inappropriate. They should not have done that. Now, with that being said, he did bring angst against the company. Now, if they have a policy for that, then it is appropriate. But to simply fire him just because he was having an affair and got shot, just because his moral beliefs are different than yours, is not acceptable. Now, if you have a policy in place that says negative intentions,
there was a no fraternization policy.
Oh, then yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, that's right, because he was sleeping with someone that was direct subordinate. Yeah, I do agree with. Absolutely.
Okay, so then they transferred her to a whole different other section.
I would have terminated her as well.
I was getting there. So then, they eventually laid her off, and like I said, just try to make the thing go away, because the entire time we had to beef up our security because
someone got shot.
They never caught this dude.
Yeah.
He bounced, and he knew where she worked.
Yeah. So it was a security risk. But not even the security risk set aside, I have a physical security team for that. I'm not concerned with that. What I'm concerned with is the fact
I was a part of the physical security part of it.
Yeah.
So
well, then you are concerned with it. It is your problem.
So basically, for 24/7, even when she wasn't there, we had to beef it up.
You still had to have somebody. It resulted in an increased cost. Now that being said, that's just the risk of doing business and having employees. Shit like that just happens, and when it does, it's unfortunate, but it is an expense that we have to accept. But I ultimately value my employees, and if I have to arm all of my guys with MK5s and Dragon armor, you bet your happy ass I'm going to. But you better bet your ass someone shows up to my place to hurt my employees, them son of bitches gonna get lit up. Because I've already told all my security guards, if somebody shows up to our location and they show an imminent threat against our employees, you shoot their asses, and I will pay your legal bills personally.
I love it.
Because if you're going to show up to hurt my people, you better be ready to throw down and put your life on the line. Because I've already told them to shoot your ass, and I hope they kill you.
Logan, you hiring?
Actually, we will be very soon. We will be very soon.
Well, no, I mean, like I said, that was one of my early lessons with HR, because I was like, I was trying to figure out like.
Well, they were both guilty of violating the HR policy. It has nothing to do with the affair. It's not a moral issue. The issue for me, from my perspective as seeing it, is they both violated the policy. The manager for violating the policy in the first place, and the female for not reporting the issue to begin with when she was advanced upon by a direct supervisor and not bringing that to HR's attention. Had she done so, it could have been addressed before anybody got fired. Right. Now, he would have probably been written up, but the issue would have been addressed, and then it could have been more formally resolved. Say for us, for instance, what I would have done is had that been in my company and brought to me, I would have had him written up specifically because he violated the policy without bringing it to our attention first. And then I would have had a conversation with her and then him to see if they wanted to move forward with the relationship and to let them know that this issue's been resolved in our eyes. And if they want to pursue a relationship now that we are aware of it, I'm more than happy to put her under the disciplinarian and promotional oversight of HR or myself or another manager, and then it's been successfully resolved because there's no bias anymore. But again, when you both go behind the back of HR, again, it's just like skipping over your leadership. If you skip all the way to the top, straight into the sky, nobody can help you because you've screwed yourself. We can't step in to protect you. I can't be like, oh, well, yeah, they brought this to my attention, Susan. I'm totally aware of this. We did have a conversation. That's on me for not bringing it to your attention, but I did speak to both of them in private. I did file the appropriate paperwork. I don't know if I sent it to you or not. That, again, is on me, not on them. They're not at fault here. I am. And then for me, I will have a conversation with HR on how best to improve my workflow between myself and HR. I'm not going to penalize them for my mistakes.
Well, no, I mean, like I said, I spoke to the HR manager privately. I was like, well, why didn't you just lop them both off at the same time? And then they said it was all about appearances because she could have came back and sued them.
Well, she could sue at any time. I mean, anybody can sue anybody at any time.
Well, no, I mean, if they would have done it, she would have had that bitterness.
She would have had the bitterness, sure. She would have filed the paperwork, but that's what I have legal for. And the first thing I would have cited is on your termination paperwork, I would have cited you violated HR policy by having an affair with your supervisor, your direct supervisor, which is in direct conflict with line 13 of the employee handbook. It's ground for termination. Yeah. Well, I think that was line 13. But yeah, it's literally, you violated the employee handbook. You signed it. You received it. We certified that you received it. And then you signed stating that you agreed to the policies. And these are contingent on your continued employment. And you violated that. You broke your agreement with us. And so, yeah, there are penalties up to and including termination, verbatim.
Yeah, so I mean, that's why we had to work beefed up shifts for an extra 3 months for the whole thing to hopefully smooth over. But
well, had they been with HR and the security issue that occurred, I mean, shit just happens. But again, you can't hold that against them because somebody else outside of your organization is crazy. I mean, I'm sorry, but that individual is unstable.
He was a part of the organization.
Well, he was. Hopefully not anymore.
No, I don't work. No. Because after he skied up, that's when everything came out, and it was like, shit, really.
Hopefully they processed the paperwork and he was terminated. You would actually be surprised that people overlook issues like that and forget to terminate the individual, and they're actually still technically employed. You still have to terminate them as an employee. I don't know if you guys are aware of that or not, but just because you do something radical does not mean you're fired automatically. You have to file the proper termination paperwork with both the organization and the state.
Otherwise, you'll be moored on Office Space.
Well, I guess. But what the issue is you're still getting dinged for their expected workman's comp, as well as they're also expecting you to be paying additional insurance costs, as well as also the taxes on the individual salary. Because theoretically, if they're an employee, legally you're supposed to be paying them. And even if you're not paying them, you still have to report on them. And if you're not reporting on them, they can fine you still. And so even if you can explain, oh yeah, this guy went crazy and started shooting at employees and successfully injured one of our employees, they're going to say, well, that's terrible, and I apologize for that, but you still have to do the paperwork. It doesn't excuse you from your requirements as a business. Although it is a really good reason, and realistically, a lot of times they just kind of overlook stuff like that. You still have to do the paperwork, though. So either way, you still got to turn the forms in. You ain't getting out of the forms. Fucking vampires. The fucking vampires. The paperwork.
Oh my god.
Yeah, workplaces are crazy, dude. But again, it just comes down to how you manage your teams. You need to, as a leader, you have to be unbiased, and you have to be fair to everybody. And as long as you maintain that mentality, you will have a successful team. But that's because they know for a fact they can rely on you as a leader. And I tell my team very directly, is I rely on you to be successful. And if you fail, I fail. But if I fail, I have to address the issue because I have to own it. Because I do own it. And I have to report that to somebody that I failed. And when I report that I failed, I have to provide a solution to how I can recover from the failure. And if it's an issue that I'm aware of, I have to address that. And so if I have to come back to you because you're not providing me with the code base that you're supposed to as a developer, I have to come back to you and be like, look, we got to talk. The lines of code that you're providing me are subpar or are inadequate in terms of count and capability. And we need to step the game up. And that leads to a PIP, and that leads to termination or improvement, hopefully improvement. But I am a very strong proponent of the PIP program policy, of working with your current employees to improve them over time, instead of just simply letting someone go because they're inadequate at this time. Very, very rarely do you absolutely need someone to be perfect, spot on, every single time. Failure, there's a reasonable range of failure tolerance. Now, if you're like a janitor and I hired you for an OpenStack job and you somehow made it through the entire process, one, that's on me. And two, I can't wait for you to learn OpenStack over 4 years. We're going to have to talk, and you're going to have to be relocated in the company. And if they can't, you're going to have to be let go. But I mean, still, even as your leader, I'm going to help you find employment somewhere else and something that you can do. But that's me personally.
That's why you're awesome.
Nah, I'm okay. I got my flaws.
Everybody
I drink too many energy drinks.
Everybody does, man. I mean, you know what? And that's the thing. Like,
Oh, I just realized. Did you work for NASA?
yeah.
What'd you do at NASA?
Oh, I was a Linux engineer at NASA Langley. And
Oh, nice. Hey, I got a question for you.
What's up?
How many people's on here, actually? Let me count this. Hey, Andrew, is this live?
Yes.
Is this being streamed?
Adrian, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's live, man.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck it. Oh, well. I'll make the announcements anyways. But yeah, hey, who do you know over at NASA? I'm looking to hopefully ask NASA to be our sponsor for our FedRAMP.
Do something with NASA?
Say what?
Doesn't Miss Batts do something with NASA?
I think so. She might be at Goddard.
At Goddard. Oh, nice. Really?
I know.
So.
Wait, is that Tina? Is that Tina?
No, Miss Batts. Actually, I don't know. Actually, no, I do know Miss Batts' first name, but I won't reveal it because
That's fine. That's fine. I was given a Tina, but the Tina that I was given to never responded.
A good friend of mine that I work with, he's really connected in the NASA community, so I can ask him.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because
there's
a lot of people over at NASA very interested in what we're doing.
What are you trying to get sponsor?
For FedRAMP. I've got a large open source data center well, fuck it, I'll tell you about it. The project is called Panda, and it's short for Platform Accessibility and Development Acceleration. But the platform is designed specifically to be an open source free access data center for open source developers, researchers, nonprofits, and universities to allow them access to high-end technology for free so that they can continue development and access to systems for universities up to and including supercomputers. Right now we're building 3 supercomputers, and I've already got the first location built out. But the idea is,
why they would turn that down.
well, that's my whole point. Is it's really awesome concept, and it's hard as fuck. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, this is a lot of work, man. I mean, here I'll show you guys this. This
tweet at them.
Well, I did, and they responded. But finding the right office takes a small act of God. But I don't know if you guys can see this, but that's the diagram. That's the simple diagram. That's the simple diagram.
Simple diagram? Jeez.
Simple diagram. That's as dumbed down as I could get it. So that's it. That's just one location on the SDN side for a single stack, not including the multiple stacks for multiple environments, but just the single stack from SDN to WAN point. That's one location. I haven't published this yet on the platform, but this is the total global design that we're looking at right now. But I don't know if you guys can see that very well.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, but yeah, there's about what is that? Nine locations globally. All at the major IT hubs of the world: Kenya, Australia, South Korea, Japan, Poland. Except for Poland, okay. Poland I picked because developer costs are really low in Poland. I'm not gonna lie. I had to go cheap somewhere, guys. I mean, come on, it's free.
Like Polish like the whole place. Like,
They're one of the world's best developing collectives,
saying,
and
there's
their costs
really push IT, unlike here in the United
Yeah.
States, where technology altogether is just not even fucking thought about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, we're in Poland, they actually have incredibly strong developer presences because of the USSR dissolve. A lot of them went to Poland. And what people don't realize is a lot of incredibly talented gaming companies are actually in Poland doing development and have been for a long, long time. And that's because the cost of developer is 1/6 of the cost of California, but the quality of code is 7 steps higher. They actually hold top 10 slot, whereas in us, we're in the top 20. And so they're 1/6 of the cost, but they're 10 times more effective. Well, not an actual factor field, but 10 positions more effective. So overall, they're a better code location. Now, that's not to say everybody, but overall, according to multiple polls and multiple actual vocational assessments, Poland has better developers overall. And so, I mean, it is what it is. And that's why Poland was one of the locations selected. And then there was Norway, because Norway actually has some of the best WAN connections for that portion of the EU on that side of the coastline of the entire continent. And then Kenya was selected because it has the fastest speeds in Africa, according to current polls and assessments and technical write-ups. Georgia was selected because that's in my area. Baltimore selected because that's the first location that I built out. And Canada was selected specifically because of my Lucius framework, because they just arrested Aeon Hack for making a tool that someone else used for illegal operations. And so I had to move that project out of the US and have a choice. But yeah, I mean, that's why the layout is what it is. But so far what we're looking at doing is getting, I would say, about the 10 gig circuit is coming in from Cogent anytime now. And then the multiple 100 gig backhauls are coming in shortly thereafter. We're trying to find out who's the best provider for those for the best cost. But yeah, I mean, that's the general gist, just to remove and reduce the cost for open source developers. I'm just tired of seeing projects like Anubis die.
That's your hand. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I was making sure it was still working. I was like, everything was so quiet. It's like, did I capture everybody's attention or did I die?
Good job of making this a very talkative Irongeek cast. A lot of times we have some hoes and hums, and this is actually like turn out pretty good. But you do know, Logan, I do this every Wednesday at 7 o'clock. With the
I did not.
week. Last week was my one exception. There was 1 week I also did it on a Tuesday because of time. But last week I was at ShowMeCon, so I couldn't make it last week. But I do this pretty much every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern time.
No, it's fantastic. I'd love to jump on. It gives me something to do during the weekend and something to look forward to in the week.
And most of the people you see on here are people who are here every freaking week.
No, that's fantastic. It's definitely a cool crew for sure.
And we have you seen the show notes?
No.
I'll send you the link to the show notes. You can request. I'm about to send in the chat, but request access so you can edit. Generally, George Forbush does some editing to it, but but he doesn't always show up on the stream.
Okay.
But if you send a request to edit, you can edit that, and we add on things to talk about. But we've been riffing for the last hour and a half at least on stuff that wasn't in the show notes.
Oh shit!
That's a good sign.
I literally thought this was just some like lollygag that was tossed together for shits and giggles.
Well, it's sort of
the first two things, and then it goes off on a tangent.
Usually the cast starts off with me talking about what cons I'm going to be at, me asking people what they got going on right now. Then we go into whatever show notes we have. And I get drunker and drunker, and sometimes I pass out on the stream with myself on camera. And because my brother's calling me, I am now up on the webcam because my phone is ringing. And that kind of shit happens. We've had casts that go from like 2 hours to like 8 hours.
Yeah,
it varies.
It's pretty outstanding. No, it's like, that's straight legit. I feel terrible now though, dude. I like totally derailed your entire thing.
You didn't derail it.
You gave it somewhere to go. You didn't derail
Oh,
That's fine.
all right. Looks like I'm driving the crazy bus.
But I'm still not out of booze yet, so we can keep going for another maybe 30 minutes or so.
Oh, something popped in my head a while back. Actually, Logan, back when you talked about that physical altercation that you stepped in the middle of,
Yeah.
thought just popped into my mind that when you stepped in and took physical action to break that up, you effectively took both sides of that, thereby ensuring that you were on the wrong side of that argument. And the right side, maybe,
for
but
me,
you're guaranteeing to be on
I
the
wasn't
wrong
on
side.
either side. I made a risk assessment.
Okay.
I wasn't in the wrong. Absolutely. I put my hands physically on both a manager and an engineer, and in that instance, HR was correct to terminate me.
Okay, yeah,
However,
I was just wondering
at
if
the
there's
same time, I made a logical decision and a risk assessment of, okay, if I don't step in and break this up and it gets loud enough, someone will hear it. And if it's, for instance, one of the SES packs walking around, they have the authority to literally walk in and fire the entire contracting company on the spot. They have that authority. And so I made the judgment call of, I'm going to break up this fight because it's better for me to break up this fight and me lose my job potentially, or him get fired. I wasn't even thinking of losing my job at that point. I was just thinking break up the fight because this is terrible and the SESs might see this shit. To, okay, I'll risk my job on the assessment of it's better for us to be yelled at than for everyone to get fired.
All right. Yeah.
And that's because they will. They walk in and they see a lead engineer and a PM throwing down in the middle of their environment. You bet your ass they will fire the entire contracting company. There was a multi-$100-million contract. You bet your ass they were going to walk in and fire somebody, and anybody would have stepped into taking that contract. Hell, the other company would have stepped up and taken our slots. No biggie. They wouldn't have given any shits. They would have taken that in a heartbeat. And I was more concerned with everybody having a job. I guess I should have been more concerned about my job. But I guess hindsight 2020, right?
Yeah. It was just something that stood out to me. It's like, well, wait a minute, if you break up a fight physically, you're actually taking both sides. You're guaranteeing somebody's. Yeah, you're guaranteed to be on the losing side of that.
Well,
regardless of if you're also on the losing side.
My mistake was the fact that I laid my hands physically on another employee. Regardless of the reasons why, I was still in the wrong.
Yeah, even if you have to do it, break somebody else's shit up, I understand that does lead to bad consequences.
Yeah, and ultimately I accept my actions, but honestly I feel like I made the right decision, and I sleep well at night for that. Because everybody else still has their job.
Yeah.
So I
wouldn't lose any sleep over it either.
Yeah, I'm not looking to sleep. I mean, I'm having to. It
just seemed kind of funny that you could be doing the right thing, but you're effectively guaranteeing yourself that you're taking the wrong side of a fight at the same time.
Well, ultimately for me, it's the fact. For me, I was done at that site the second that I had to make a logical decision of I have to break up this fight or everyone might lose their job. The second I have to start making that decision, it ended for me the second I said I have to break up this fight. In a professional environment, unless I'm in the boxing industry, I should not have to break up any fight.
Right.
And even in that industry, that is inappropriate unless it's in the proper syntax. And so for me to have to break up a fight to begin with, there is a problem.
In the boxing industry, you have to break up hugs.
Okay, we got an MMA guy here, huh? Yeah.
No, because you know how when that's the only time the ref steps in is when they get tired and start hugging each other. You know.
Let the brutality continue. That's pretty good. But yeah.
Celebrity deathmatch.
Celebrity deathmatch. Justin Bieber, absolutely. Preferably against. Oh God, who's the Matrix guy? Keanu Reeves. Preferably against Keanu Reeves. Absolutely.
Tear him down.
Oh yeah, Keanu Reeves is actually a certified badass. Have you studied his professional shooting competitions?
He's in damn good shape for his age. I mean,
dude,
that guy, he has to be 50-something now.
Yeah.
Dude, the guy's a monster. That guy is an expert marksman and so many weapon classes. It's insane.
Did he get his President's 100 tab?
His what?
President's 100.
I'm not familiar with that. I couldn't speak
to it. it's like the highest, like I guess quote unquote honor you can get. As a shooting, it's anybody can get it, civilian, military, or whatever. Military, you can wear the tab on your uniform, but it's basically you have to, hit a number of targets and whatever you got to meet the qualifications, and you get the honor of being called the President's 100.
And put it on multiple watch lists the rest of your life.
No, I don't know if it's called the President's 100. Let's see.
Everybody geared up for the summer.
It's not the summer already?
I know. I'm trying to make it as fun. I'm trying to make it a real fun summer.
See, I basically took 2 weeks of vacation to record conferences, went back to work for 1 week, and then I had 2 more weeks. And after any conference recorded this weekend, I'm back to work, and I pretty much blow my fucking vacation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got conference talks for like the next 6 to 9 months, and then I've got OpenStack for like the next 6 to 12 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I've been kind of quiet on the conferences because my daughter will be born. It was supposed to be August 19th.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Congrats, dude.
Yeah. So
it's a life changer. It's a life changer.
Keep her off of Tumblr. I repeat, keep her off of Tumblr. Anyway, continue.
Definitely. Advice taken.
Have you had your kid yet, Charles?
Not yet.
August.
Yeah,
Do you
August
have any
19th
other kids?
due date. No, this is my first child.
You're fucked.
Yeah, if you want to learn anything or get any certifications, you better freaking drink Adderall and fucking just go do it.
Yeah.
All your time will be gone.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I've been half-ass listening because for a while I had to get up and go read a book, and then I had to go give a bath, and I had to read another book. Yeah, it's nonstop.
You're working on your Peter Rabbit certification, huh?
Right. Yeah.
You know what? And I'm trying to honestly just take it all in stride, my man. I'm just having some fun.
No, don't get me wrong, man. Freaking kids are great.
Congrats on passing your genetic heritage on to the next generation.
Thank you. Woohoo! Yeah, future girl coder.
It's a girl?
Yeah, it's a girl.
That's a positive because girls are more likely to pass their genes on to the next generation. So you've done your job. You will be remembered for
ever.
Well, more than likely centuries at least to come. Because that's good.
Yeah, I've got 2 little girls now.
Hey, James, check your Twitter. I sent you what you're looking for.
Ooh.
Just be very careful with those steps and make sure you follow them step by step.
Hey, what's your Twitter, Logan?
Falinor. The same thing as my GitHub.
Oh, let me see.
Why don't you know that already?
I'll see if I can find it in my chat. Oh yeah, I'll put a link here shortly in our chat.
If you can put your name on the chat, yeah, that'd be cool. Your Twitter name on the chat. I speak by Twitter. Okay. I speak by Twitter, and of course, Adrian knows Facebook.
Yeah.
It's
Virus City is what that is.
And I tell people with Facebook, I just have fun with it, man. Just little stupid memes and stuff, and just have fun. I don't do the political stuff like that. Cause people get too excited, and I'm just not for that. I just like to have fun. As Adrian will tell you,
some music shit. I'm occasionally I see some shit egads, whoever you posted, that person had too much fun themselves. They got fucked up and did some stupid shit on camera.
Yep.
That seems to be a lot of stuff you post is people who did dumb shit on camera.
Exactly, and it's just hilarious, man. Because it's so dumb you just gotta laugh. And it's just you just gotta make it fun. And some people they get they get a joy out of it, little memes and stuff like that. But yeah, anything political, you won't see that on my feed because I don't want to get into arguments with people, and people can believe what they want to believe, and it's just too much, you know. It makes it feel like work, and I don't want it to feel. Anytime it has to feel like work, then I don't want to be a part of it. And Adrian, your profile pic is hilarious, man. Like in real time, I love it.
Yeah,
that's like looking back and forth.
That's some CypherCon. CypherCon a couple months ago.
Yeah.
My beard is even longer now.
Oh my goodness.
Apparently, I grow a beard faster than the average, male.
Have you gone to the beard subreddit?
No.
Uh-oh.
You need to go check out the beard subreddit, man.
Okay, but I'm entering this shit in the DEF CON beard contest, and I'm going for breadth.
Now, are you gonna cut it at Derby?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Dibs on shaving. Oh.
That is the question. We're figuring out how we're going to do that.
Right.
Because we may do it like whoever pays the most in an auction gets to shave it, or I'm not sure yet.
Just don't tape a freaking a razor blade to a fidget spinner.
No, fuck that. No, I saw someone online who they cut their dick off of that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, so some kid taped a razor blade to his fidget spinner and then decided he wanted to see if he could shave his pubic hairs.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
He bobbing at himself.
And his mom is like, if I would have known they were this dangerous, I wouldn't let him play with them. I'm thinking he's a fucking 23-year-old.
Darwin Awards.
Intelligent enough to not stick a spinning razor blade near his dick, but whatever.
Like he's done forever. Like there's no going back.
Yeah, they couldn't reattach it. According to the doctors, there was
oh shit! What?
Grotesque damage.
Fuck it. At least
So
John
he got
Wayne Bonnell was able to get his shit reattached. Fuck.
He got a new one.
Damn. So at least he must have a nub.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh my god, that's terrible. That is horrible. He's done forever. Like he might as well just go be single forever.
Who?
Like, the guy that cut his stuff off.
Oh, dude. He'll be like the ladies' man at every party ever.
Alright, I'm gonna say some shit. There's a guy named, I'm looking at my Facebook feed now, a guy I blocked on Twitter, but it's on my Facebook. Stefan Serrano whining about fascism.
Oh no.
The type of fascism he's whining about is the type that doesn't actually exist.
What in the hell? Like, why'd you block him on Twitter? He was acting up, or?
Because he was liking everything a radical feminist said. It's like, oh, I'm whining because I have some kind of supposed made-up problem. Oh, a woman's whining. I will like it. I will like it. I will like it. Not even a normal woman. A nutbag.
Well, I told you my theory as to why certain men gravitate towards things like that. These so-called male SJWs. It's all because getting pussy.
SJWs?
It's white knight syndrome, also known as
Justice
fedora
Warriors.
syndrome.
I'm not familiar with that term. SJWs?
Social justice warriors.
Oh, those guys.
Especially, I sent you a tweet, Logan. That's me, BSD Bandit.
Yeah, I already saw it.
Cool.
You're one of those BSD people, aren't you?
Yeah, I love BSD. Like,
Yeah. Tell that to my 30 terabytes of dead data, you jackass.
I know. There's a difference between BSD and BSDM.
Yeah. Or don't you mean BDSM? And no, I don't like it that way. Yeah, beating me senseless as you rob me of all my data. Just bam, service drop. Boom, whole system corrupted.
When was that? And what file system were you using?
I guess I won't expect a follow back.
Hell no.
When was that, and what file system were you using at the time?
Free BSD.
What file system?
What file system?
FreeNAS ZFS.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, not some crazy shit.
And how long ago?
A long time ago. I've recently increased my BSD foo. I'll confess to my radicalism.
So I gotta put this out because my coworker gives me shit all the time. Oh my god, you use the bullshit daemon? That's what he calls it. BSD bullshit daemon. I'm like, you know what?
Yeah.
Get away from me.
You know what? I'll say this.
ZFS is substantially more resilient.
It's incredibly stable.
Yes.
I'm just stupid. Well, let me rephrase that. I was stupid. I have now seen the light. Now check this out, because this is actually what I'm doing right now with FreeNAS, and I'll release this data. I don't care. But what I'm doing with FreeNAS is I'm actually leveraging FreeNAS to leverage FreeNAS as a centralized storage solution, increasing, I think it's the ARC cache for RAM disk. And I'm going to turn that ARC cache into a large set of RAM disk and then leverage that as a volume to store high-profile data set into it for my highest tier data usage. So I'm actually creating a new feature inside of FreeNAS. Well, I'm not creating. I'm leveraging and then manipulating and then definitely not operating as intended.
So you're basically making it a small-scale HANA appliance.
Effectively, yeah. Except it's completely free and open source.
Yeah.
And I'm leveraging it as a Ring 0 and Tier 0 through Tier 5 storage solution, where I'm leveraging RAM disk. I'm using RAM disk, solid states, solid state arrays, solid states, 7215 K RPM drives, and multiple tier sets based on data utilization and data access. And I'm taking it a step further, and this is where it gets funny and interesting. I'm taking it as my primary storage layer and tier 1 storage array set, and I'm taking from that, inside those volume bases, I'm creating multiple instances of net bootable FreeNAS instances, and I'm booting over the network into RAM disk FreeNAS instances with that data stored with it as a RAM disk implementation of FreeNAS itself. And so what I'm doing with that is you have RAM disk FreeNAS as a solution local to each data center. So my one centralized location, which is most likely right now going to be South Korea, I'm going to net boot over the WAN, over my large 100 gig plus pipes, into all of these data centers. I'm going to net boot your FreeNAS instance into each data center from South Korea. And each location is going to have a RAM disk, RAM stored NAS locally. And so the performance increase is going to be breathtaking. And because of the fact that it's FreeNAS, I can then, off of that RAM disk implementation, do net booting of operating systems into the data center itself.
Sweet.
So it's going to be net booting operating systems off of RAM disk. So pretty fucking sick, if I do say so myself. And the best part is...
That was pretty cool. Yeah.
Have you ever used Overt?
Overt? I don't know, man. I'm still trying to get my fingers really wet with the Linux community. I'm not going to lie. I started as a Windows guru. I'm not even going to say guru. I'm a fucking monkey when it comes to Linux, dude. And Windows, honestly. I've met the gurus, and these guys are terrifying. A buddy of mine works at Blizzard, and he blows me away every time I talk to him. He's just terrifying. I could vaguely reference a concept of Microsoft. I could just pick one. It doesn't matter. And he will know everything about it. And it's just terrifying. And what's worse is I actually go looking for shit. Like, I go as deep down as I can into the most complex topics just so I can see if I can find something he doesn't know. My entire time I've known him, for like 4+ years, I have found one single instance of where I was right and he was wrong. And I will tout it against him until the end of time.
No, you know who fucked my head up real bad at DerbyCon? He goes by the name of Evil Mog.
Mog. Shit, yeah.
Oh my god, that dude knows some crypto shit.
He also likes to cross-dress, and he shaves his legs really well.
Whoa,
you know what? That's fantastic.
That's awesome.
That's okay too. I'm okay with that.
What threw me what threw me off was the fact that I was like, I said, "Oh, crypto, holy shit!" Like he was just showing me some stuff with Hashcat. I was like, yeah, I was just amazed, like seriously, like blown away. So yeah, so I have a lot of blown away moments, like oh shit. Like, but that's just that's what makes it interesting and makes it fun, and keep learning from others. And like I say, Adrian, I tell you all the time, man, you freaking amaze me with all the coverage that you give out to the community. It's just amazing.
Thanks.
Like honestly, man, because I mean, a lot of the conferences, a lot of people don't get to see unless they go to your site.
Yeah. But Adrian, I've been meaning to ask you for a while. How much do you spend on bandwidth? If you don't let me asking. Like, what's your
It's
bandwidth
not that much,
cost?
'cause most of it's now on YouTube.
Okay, so it's
Some
their
of those
problem now.
videos I hosted locally, and it was like 10 gigs a day still then. But that's kind of cheaper. And now I host off YouTube.
Okay.
All right, B-Sides Las Vegas account once said something incredibly stupid. They said, "Oh, the originals on Irongeek.com, YouTube, and allcap.org are the copies." I fucking embed YouTube, you dumbasses. But yeah, most of it's from YouTube, so my bandwidth's not that bad anymore.
Yeah, dude, I know one thing. I'm gonna miss y'all at DerbyCon this year. I know, but people, I know you're gonna be streaming the talks, right?
That's the plan.
Okay. I had like a sad face for a second. If you told me no, I would have been crushed.
You can't make it to DerbyCon this year?
No, I can't make it. I don't know how things are gonna come out with the pregnancy and stuff.
Oh, yeah, it's August, September. Yeah, you're gonna be fucking
I'm close as hell.
Well, if they're not streamed, I'll get them up online pretty fucking fast, Charles.
Sweet.
Yeah. I'm still trying to find out if they have a CFP open, and to get tickets, I gotta get tickets. I gotta get me some ticks before,
Do you
I
go
just roll
to
up again.
DerbyCon often, Logan?
I try to get there every year if I can. I actually, I'll keep that to myself.
Were you there last year?
Yeah, I was there last year.
Oh man, yeah, same here. Like,
yeah.
I've been actually going since. It's funny. I started going at DerbyCon for 2014.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, that was my first DerbyCon, and it's funny because
I'm excited for the fact that I discovered this concept called icing, and it's like the greatest thing ever. I kid you not, I'm gonna bring like multiple rolling coolers, just loaded to the brim with Smirnoff Ice. It's gonna be fantastic. Nobody's leaving sober. It's gonna be outstanding.
See, I don't think Smirnoff Ice are that bad. I'll drink them. I don't give a shit.
I like it. I like them. They were really good. I'm not gonna lie. I like it.
And it's funny because it's amazing how everything goes full circle. I found out about DerbyCon at ShmooCon. One of my friends was like, "Look, dude, you need to go to DerbyCon." And I said, "Okay." And then when the tickets came on sale, that's how I went to the first DerbyCon. And then what's cool is he's like, if you miss any of the talks, you need to go to the site called Irongeek.com. And I was like, oh shoot! And then that's how I was watching a lot of the talks. And lo and behold, who am I talking to years later?
Hello.
Irongeek. So it's just amazing how everything just goes like full circle. And then it's funny. I remember talking to Dave. I didn't know who Dave was at the time.
Which
I just
Dave?
remember Relic, Kennedy.
Oh, nice, Dave. That is the craziest thing about Dave, is you never know who he is until you look him up by accident, or you hit him up on Twitter because you're just following up to hang out with him. He is the chillest dude ever. Love Dave. So humble.
Dave
I
is
wish
so
I was
cool.
as good as Dave.
Dave is cool. Is cool as hell. Because it's funny. 'Cause I was talking to him on IRC, like Relic. Hey, Relic, just my normal self, like just crazy, And then I went to the DerbyCon. I said, "Hey, what's going on?" And then somebody said his name on IRC. I said, "That's Relic? Holy crap!" I said, "It's a small world." I
Yeah,
was just like,
Yeah, it really is.
From Relic on Twitter to Hacking Dave after he did a couple Katie Cook interviews, and Relic, the way he spelled it was just too fucking hard to spell.
Really?
You see, well, he did like a leak speak version of Relic,
Yeah.
which is all cool and such in the hacker community. But if you're speaking on Katie Couric, you can't expect people to be able to find that shit on Twitter.
Yeah.
So you went with Hacking Dave, which is really fucking easy to remember.
Yeah. A lot easier.
But Danny took Hacking Dave, but he did not reserve his old Relic account, and I think
Which is
I'm not
amusing.
sure who did it, but I think maybe Modern Boss took over the Relic account and started fucking with him. Anyway,
I would not condone. Normally, I laugh. I shouldn't laugh. Dave is a really nice guy. That shouldn't have happened to him. The average person, sure, why not? It's pretty funny. But Dave, no.
Well, we're all working for
Cut
the
Dave some
company now,
slack.
so who cares? You know, it's all good.
Yeah, it's all good and fun, but I would cut him some slack. He's done plenty for everybody.
Dave does a lot. Honestly,
For a lot
he
of
does do
people.
a lot, man.
He's helped a lot more people than people would like to admit, or they should. And it's really unfair to Dave, honestly. But Dave helped a lot of people.
Like when the whole with DerbyCon, right? When the whole ticket situation happened, and I was just like, okay, you didn't get a ticket, it's sold out. Okay, that's life. You're not gonna get it all the time. And you just saw how many people were complaining online. This shit was just ridiculous. And
Well, that's beyond Dave's control, and a lot of people forget that when you're one does not simply run a convention. First and foremost, the first issue and wall that you hit right out the door for tickets is fire code. And each event and venue has a listed number of count of bodies that you can have specifically due to fire code. And they're not going to violate that for you for a single renter, especially not for a single event. You have X number that you can sell, period. And then based on that, you can kind of guess at how many overflow tickets you could sell based on who doesn't show up last minute. But you can never know for sure. And so I always say 5 to 10% is the most in your overflow that you can really assess for if they paid for the ticket. And that's just simply because if the ticket's free, 30-40% not going to show up. If the ticket costs you at least $10 or more, most likely 80-90% are going to show up. And so having that 5 to 10 buffer is a very safe bet. But even with that, those are last minute tickets. And when I say last minute, I mean you're counting people as they're walking through the door on day one. And of the 700 that signed up, only 400 are here. All right, sure, I'll give out more tickets. There are 300 missing people. Someone from the firehouse asks, "Hey, why are there so many people here?" Well, we counted 400. We did a head count. 400 showed up. We can give out 300 more tickets. 700s are allocated space.
Exactly.
And as long as it's not too wild, they're not going to really care or get involved in the first place. Most fire marshals, as long as you're reasonable, they don't really care. Just don't block the exits. But just with that alone, the system behind getting tickets out is no small task either. You have to work with a ticket vendor in most instances to get tickets pushed out.
Yeah,
and then they're charging you fees. So you don't just simply, I'm going to spin up a handful more tickets, no big deal. No, you're going to be charged a fee for that. And whether the fee is passed on to the person purchasing the tickets or whether you're paying a processing fee, it depends on the vendor. But there's fees involved. It's not free. And then on top of that, you've got catering. You've got location availability. You've got the venue itself. How expensive is this location versus that location? And a lot of these guys that are running these cons, and it's why I created the project Con of Cons a long time ago, is to help people like Dave build cons. Because building a con is no simple task. It takes a lot of equipment, a lot of preparation. It takes sponsorships. You have to have relationships to get those. You have to be able to get keynote speakers. You have to be able to process for CFPs. You have to be well known enough to people to actually apply for the CFPs. And then they have to like you and be interested enough to come out and do it for free. Because most CFPs, I eat those expenses. When I go to hopefully get accepted for Luxembourg, I'm going to eat that cost. I'm going to have to fly all the way to Luxembourg to give my talk. which is fine. I don't care. It's a cool talk, and they seem like a really cool group of people. And I'm willing to eat the cost of flying to Europe and back and upkeeping myself for a weekend.
Right.
But again,
I was
that's my
about to say,
decision.
plus you're going to need a hotel room at least.
Yeah, my hotel room. In my hotel room, I expect to run me 100, 200 USD a night. So $200-300. So I'm estimating for 250 a night for food and travel for rent. Sorry, not for rent, but for a hotel room. So 750 plus like a $1,500 plane ticket. So like 2,500 bucks just to go do this one talk. That's how much it's going to cost me. And you have to be interesting enough. You have to be well known and well liked enough to where someone will go out of their way to come give a talk at your location. And if you don't have that kind of community reach, you're going to have to get locals. And if you're one of those isolated areas like B-Sides Nashville, for instance, great group of people, really swell guys and girls, not a lot of talent available in Nashville. And so they're very, very limited. And a lot of times they've had issues. And I've told them personally myself, it's like, hey, look, if you have issues financially, let me know. I'll cover the rest. But that's because I want B-Sides to be available to people. But that's because I care. And that's why Con of Cons, the project, exists. And if you're interested in that, you just have to go on Twitter and send a message to it. And either me or one of the other guys I got working with it will look at that and process your request. But it's all free. You ask for the assistance, the gear, the desktops, the tables, the monitors, and we'll have someone either get you access to the location to where the gear is stored, or we'll bring it to you ourselves. But again, it's a lot of people give con runners a lot of shit, and they don't deserve it, because you have to remember, they don't have to do it at all.
Exactly.
There's no requirement for us to do cons. We don't have to do shit for you. We do it because we like to.
5 people who say they will not show up at a con if I'm recording.
Well, that's their personal decision.
That's
Fine. But I mean, they've already paid their money, and well, or not paid or whatever. But you know.
Yeah.
Well, for me, that's fine. If that's their personal decision, they have made a personal decision. They have chosen not to attend my con, and I would respect that. But again, they have made that decision, and that's on you. You don't want to show up? Fantastic. I drink Pepsi, you drink Mountain Dew. Outstanding.
Or Melon Yellow.
That's fake
knock
Dew.
off. It's a derivative.
Dusty Rhodes. He the reason I drunk that.
But yeah, it really frustrates me. I mean, our local con runner here, Doug Burke, for Security Onion, people give Doug shit all the time about Security Onion Con, and it's what I say is look, he does it in line with B-Sides Augusta, and it's a smart decision. You're already in the area. You get 2 cons effectively for the price of 1. I mean, it's. Yep. I think Doug is charging this time $20. $20. I mean, come on, really?
I'm not this year. This is the first. For last 3 years, I recorded B-Sides Augusta. This year, though, Evan's taking it over.
Say what?
Evan's taking it over.
Okay. So someone's still recording it.
Yeah, Evan's gonna be filming it.
Okay.
It's hard to get all that equipment down there, and Evan's close enough he can drive to it.
Yeah.
So Evan would be taking over B-Sides Augusta for me.
No, that's fantastic. It helps. It helps alleviate workload for you. But again, you do that at your own expense. At least I think so. I've never heard you being paid for it.
At expense. I basically the con pays for flight and the hotel.
Okay, so you still lose any time off that you have to take from work and stuff, though.
Pretty much, yeah. And hopefully they do something similar for Evan, so that they take care of him.
Okay. Well, I would hope so, but I mean that's like a best wishes, best case scenario, and in most instances, that's simply not the case. Overwhelming majority of times, unless you're on like some kind of sponsorship or scholarship from either somebody at the convention or a company sponsor who is particularly interested in your talk to the point to where they will pay for it, most of the times it's at your own cost. And so again, I can't harp on it enough of people really need to understand that these conferences exist because people care, not because they're profiting. In very, very few cases can I think of any conferences that actually make enough money to where there's a surplus of cash. And even the few that I do, they take that cash and they burn it into extra swag, and you leave with nicer swag at the end of the day. I can't really. I can think of one. I'm not going to name names, but there is one I know for a fact does. But they're unique, to say the least.
Hey, Janie, how you doing? We can't hear you, Janie.
Can't hear you.
You're muted. Not on my end. You're not muted on my end, but you're muted on your end. Janie?
She said, "Damn it,
My mic's broken."
You can't hear her, but you can read her lips. Awesome.
Fail.
Hi, Janie. Can you use sign language?
If you're using Windows,
I can't make
check your sound settings.
Besides Augusta, it's a pretty cool event, but I've done it for like I think the last 3 years, but this time I think I've suggested last year that Evan do it because he's local, and I think he's going to do it this year. Actually, strangely enough, after AnyCon, I don't think I have anything else to record until DerbyCon.
Ooh.
What's that?
That Janie making the entrance?
I don't see Janie in my list though, so probably not.
I don't know who that is.
Who that is?
Who that is? My baby daddy.
You have achieved a scientific miracle then, sir.
Yeah, DerbyCon, my only major hardware upgrade is I have some new video capture devices for the cameras. Some like off-brand magwells. They're not actually magwells, but they're like I think they come from the same Chinese manufacturing company.
Yeah. Intellectual property knockoffs.
Yes.
Okay, that's unfair to the Chinese. I apologize.
They crash less often.
50% chance.
Yeah. They crash less often than the Media U3s I bought last time. Videos are pain in the ass. Luckily for Circle City Con, I wasn't there the first day, but it only had one track the first day. So I set up 3 systems. They got one of the systems to work. That was enough. Get them through the first day, and then me and Johnny Christmas drove up from St. Louis. We're over.
Giant Christmas?
Johnny Christmas. That is.
Oh, Johnny Christmas. I thought you said Giant Christmas.
No, Johnny Christmas. We drove over from St. Louis like 4 hours. He was driving, I was driving. We were talking about various insane people in InfoSec.
You know, I have to say, and I'm not afraid to admit this, I don't like Johnny.
You don't like Johnny?
I don't like Johnny. Johnny was very rude to me. And it just, I was, okay, so I've been making a lot of announcements for all the open source technologies that I'm working on Twitter because I haven't had the opportunity to build a proper email list yet. And so I make all the announcements to all the groups collectively through Twitter, and I'm very fair to it. I make one post. Normally, it's one post about once a month, maybe once every 2 months. It's very, very infrequent, to say the least. One single tweet to everybody, and they're on my list. So if you're on my list, you're on there because you told me you're interested, and that's why you're getting it in the first place.
Okay.
I get a tweet back from Johnny, and he was incredibly rude. And he was like, "Oh, I don't want this shit." Well, not that verbiage. That's an unfair assessment. I forget the actual verbiage, but effectively to the fact of, "Oh, why am I receiving these?" Like demanding to know, and I'm like, "Because you said you were interested." And then I get like this statement, like single word of unsubscribe, and I'm like, "Hey, that's cool, dude." But for me, if you're a champion of open source technology and I'm building a distro that helps you do that and manage that for you so you don't have to deal with all the headache of version tracking, at least ask me about it and try it out, if nothing else, or respectfully decline. Open source data center for free access for data centers. That's a pretty cool thing. It's something people might be interested in.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm like, buy my product. Buy what? Nothing's for sale. Well, that's not true. We do have rack space for lease, but that's to pay for the project. So I'm not out like right now. I'm out 5.5 total.
Right.
Over the next 10 years, I'm out 5.5. So I'm either going to have to make money to break even, or I'm going to literally lose almost 6 total across the board. From the FedRAMP processes to the data center costs to the extremely expensive bandwidth, I'm going to lose that money. But that's a risk I've assessed and I've accepted.
Yeah.
And so you would think that these guys would at least be open to it. And I'm just like, the average open source developer loses anywhere between $400 and $6,000 a month in total cost to upkeep a project. You would think if there's an availability to drop that cost to zero, you would at least entertain it. But he doesn't seem interested. And so for me, for him to be an assumed champion of the open source industry and the community, I would at least assume that he would be open to the idea. But that doesn't seem to be the case. And again, I respect the guy. He's done a lot for the community, and he's done a lot for a lot of people, and I accept that. And he stated that he's not interested. And I respect that as well. But at the same time, if that's how you feel, that's how you really feel, then I have very little respect for you. And that's simply because if you're okay with the fact that some of these open source developers are going hungry so that they can have their project, and you're not open to the idea of helping them get out from under those cost burdens or to force them to drop your project, then I have very little respect for you as a person or as a professional. And that's simply because some of these people, they run huge projects. Like the Anubis project, for instance, it failed. Well, it got shut down. When I say failed, the project was successful, but they closed it. But that's because of cost.
Anubis as a sandbox for a short time to like look at of software someone sent me, but I don't.
Yeah, exactly. But it was an incredible project, and they're actually part of the reason why I'm really pushing this project as quickly as possible. But that's specifically because they had to shut the project down due to costs. And we're losing, if you look at the trend in software, open source software, we're losing projects left and right. People aren't tracking that metric though. And that's part of the problem, is they're not realizing just how often we lose an open source project. And it's simply because of cost. They're incredibly expensive to maintain. They're only getting more expensive to maintain. And you're requiring more bandwidth, more servers, more gear, more cores, more RAM, more cooling. And that shit ain't cheap. Just to open my data center, cost me $400,000. Just to open the doors.
Oh, sheesh.
I'm not kidding you. I've spent $6 million total. That's my total assumed cost for this whole project is $6 million over the next 10 years. $6 million over the next 10 years. Yes, that is correct. That is how much it costs for me to run Panda. To get the FedRAMP certification, to maintain our CNMI certifications and accreditations, for power, for internet, for bandwidth, for servers, for rack space, $6 million for 7 locations over 10 years.
Damn.
I'm not joking.
Looks like you're going to be eating ramen noodles for a while.
Yeah, that's part of the joke, but that's not a joke. Like literally, I'm going to be a skinny panda for a while. Like I'm not fucking kidding you, dude.
He gonna be
like,
soft. He gonna be
so the
soft.
Ford Foundation's actually been looking at this problem you're talking about.
Which one?
Ford Foundation's been looking at this problem you're talking
Well,
about.
they need to send me a damn message. They need to send me a damn message because I've already reached out to Silicon Valley community and they've already said at this time we are not interested in your services.
Well,
verbatim.
Didn't you kind of expect?
What I was told when I talked with the person who wrote the report was that she's now moved over to GitHub and is actively working towards trying to create some sort of program or something related to getting a lot of these open source projects funded in general, the entire ecosystem.
Yeah, that's what we do.
The primary goal is to try to find a way to...
yeah, that's what we do. What we do is we provide you all the rack space, all the gear, all the hardware, servers. I shit you not. I've got like right there.
It sounds more like she's looking from a business model standpoint.
Oh, no. It is a business model. We've got an entire framework to include a business framework to help you develop a paid product so that if you want to create a paid solution, it's the sole solution in our entire concept of Panda that we will charge you is in the instance that you are making money. But in that instance, we have built you an entire business process line to include your company and legal fees to establish that organization, and we help bring it to DoD. So we get you GSA. We get you on a GSA 70 schedule so that you can sell the product to the defense contracting organizations or the federal government directly. And we actually help you go through that process to include the reason why we have the Poland data center, getting it developed. So we'll actually help fund development for it. And then once your product is obviously fully produced to a paid product version, deals are negotiated, we take our cut, you get your cut, but at the same time, we've taken you from an open source technology that you love, that we've supported for free the entire project, to a paid solution that you now offer to the markets, and we're now your business partner, in addition to your friend. And that's what we're doing with Panda. The entire process is designed to help open source developers as much as humanly possible, and to help nonprofits as much as humanly possible, for free if we can. And if you make money,
I'll get you the info of the person I'm talking about who now works at GitHub.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Because especially if it's with GitHub, I've been meaning to reach out with those guys anyways. It's just been taking my time. I've been focused on getting ready for hopefully NASA to accept the write-up, because NASA is actually the creator of OpenStack, and it's what I'm using for the environment.
Yeah.
So I mean, it only makes sense. They're also one of the largest federal proponents of open source. So
of course they
I have
are.
a question too, and Jamie reiterates this. What pandas are we talking about? I'm confused about the pandas.
okay, well, have you looked up my GitHub?
No, I have not.
You are a sinner, and you are gonna. No, I'm kidding. Look up my GitHub. My GitHub has all the documentation. She's like,
Jamie,
but no
Okay,
one
I
hears
just
you.
joined.
hold on, let Jane explain.
I just joined as well. If you can just like put all the necessary information right there so I have more context.
It's already on GitHub.
Okay, can you link to your GitHub, please?
No. She's like, I want to read it. No. Honestly, I've never used this app very often. I don't use Hangout.
On the side.
Like,
There's a
Google's
little chat
always
on the
trying to steal my
right-hand
data,
side,
bro.
hopefully, that you can type whatever you want into. And it will-
Adrian, I don't know how to navigate this application. I think I'll just log my. Am I still on here? I think I logged myself out.
No, you're still on.
I'm pretty sure
Okay,
you're
good.
here.
Okay, good.
There should be a little like bubble icon on your left. That will bring up a chat on your right, and then you can type in or you can paste in whatever your GitHub is.
There we go. That's my GitHub. And then look at the Panda project.
How you doing, Janie?
I'm okay. It's Wednesday, so I have to work pretty late. So I'm doing that while I'm listening to you guys. But
Well, at least you're doing it from home and you're working with some cool people.
I'm on vacation because I had like 5 cons back to back. So I decided to tell Trust I just revealed some stuff. Anyway, I told him I'm gonna take vacation because I know I can't do any legit work. So I'm doing cons for like 4 weeks straight.
okay, Adrian, I know we've been friends for a while now, but what exactly is your job? Like, is the
I do
Oh, wow, she called you. She called you Tommy from Martin.
Damn it. I do pen test work and vulnerability assessment work for a company, but when I'm not doing that, I go out and I volunteer my free time to do code conferences.
He's just a bona fide badass, is what he
That's
really
what I
is.
wanted to know. If the recording conferences was your job, or if that was just
If I could make it my real-time job, it'd be nice. That would cost most cons way too much. So no, it's not.
I've looked into it, Adrian. It's really difficult to try to justify. I'm sorry. If I had the money, I'd do it.
That's just the way of things.
No, I get it, man. It's incredibly expensive. I mean, even with package deals with American Airlines, which, well, after what happened recently, I don't want you to get beat to death. But, yeah, I did that to them. They deserve it. I'm sorry, but yeah, you don't throw your customers off a plane.
Or Delta and get that instant downgrade.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
But then again, the director of free speech at EFF said that we can, try to get people fired for random comments on Twitter.
Yeah, let's just cause pure unadulterated chaos and a complete lack of communication between companies and people because that'll help the problem.
Really? I mean, fuck, I'm a goddamn troll. I mean,
Dude, I love Wendy's. I love what Wendy's is doing right now. They are thrashing stupid people like so hard, and I'm just like, because like if they just put the smack down on this stupid, it's just like.
I think I was posting in the chat. And depending on what you mean by Nazi, I might be okay with that, but unfortunately, I've seen Nazi thrown around so many times in the last.
Oh, don't even get me started on PewDiePie. What happened to PewDiePie was an atrocity. Inappropriate.
That's only one example, but yes.
But totally taken out of context, and that destroyed that poor guy. Like,
no, he didn't destroy him. I mean, fuck.
No, it did. He lost. He lost a substantial amount of money over that incident. He lost his entire YouTube series.
Okay, here's the thing. People attacked Milo, but honestly, it seems like Milo's in a much better place right now.
For now.
I can't speak to Milo. I don't know Milo. Well, I know what happened to PewDiePie because he was all over every news station for like a month.
Well, the only thing with PewDiePie is the fact that his his network, Maker Studios, was.
He'll get it out eventually.
Maker Studios was actually going to Disney was actually going to get out of the whole YouTube business. So all they did was just drop him quickly because they were getting the fuck out anyway, and it really didn't hurt him in that instance. And he still has 56 million subscribers, so I don't. So I mean, yeah, it hurt him a little bit, but I mean, he's still doing fine.
Well, it's not even so much. It's the penalty behind the perceived impact. Is there was a comment about some kind of Nazi concept. He immediately lost sponsorship with a major corporation. It makes it look like it was a serious event, even if it really was just a business decision from Disney. It's irrelevant. It's the timing of the event and the perceived consequences from what was an action taken. And so they're affiliated, even though they're non-correlated, it still is incredibly negative for his reputation because right now you walk up to the average person who is not informed on the decision very well and you say, oh, did you hear what happened to PewDiePie? It's very negative. But it's because of the fact that they perceive it.
Because I'm not like a 16-year-old girl, but my sister is. And where is she? Let me just ask her real quick. Hey, so what happened to PewDiePie? I think he got a lot more famous after all that drama. Did you guys hear her?
Not totally.
Okay,
yes,
well, she got more famous after that drama.
Only drama channels reported on him like almost every day after that.
And she said all these annoying competitors were reporting him all the time. Like, here's the funny thing. She's only 16 years old, but she sees right through all this BS, right?
I love it.
Yeah.
Keep on seeing it. Yes.
Who are these people who, like, watch something on TV and they're like, yes, exactly. And it's just like, oh, like, I don't know. Maybe I just have smart friends, but I literally don't know anyone who sees something on TV and, like, mindlessly agreeing with every single thing that they see.
You haven't talked to the American population recently, then.
Right. Well, because we're not sheep.
Come to Kentucky where people talk like this and think that, you know, now that Trump's president, coal's going to come back.
You know what? Stop. Go over and my coffee. Stop.
I'm going to leave that alone, man. I'm going to leave that alone.
That's my real voice.
I'm just going to take that, and I'm going to put that over here.
That is an HR issue. Logan, get on the job.
I mean, no, really, that's my real voice.
Wow.
What was that? I didn't. Yeah.
You suspiciously mimic the accent very well.
No, that's my real voice.
No, he's not mimicking. He is from. Jack is. I was born in Kentucky also. Jack is a Kentucky native. I was just say that.
Yeah, okay. You think you're Southern. Yeah, you're my neighbors to the north. I'm from Tennessee.
No,
Oh,
I'm
okay,
just
Tennessee.
saying.
Wait a
I'm
minute,
just saying. I
Logan.
don't talk like this for real. I mean, my real voice was what you heard.
I will hide my accent until the end of time. After my first comment of y'all in a board meeting,
My mother.
I will
is from
never do that
Tennessee.
again.
My mother's from Tennessee, Newport.
Okay.
Newport, Tennessee, outside of Knoxville.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's more of city folk. I'm from Dyersburg.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Hey, I spent many a summer in Tennessee as a kid. We used to go to Pigeon Ford in Maggie Valley,
Yeah,
North
that's
Carolina,
a tourist
baby.
trap. That's
Yeah.
still a city. Still a city.
But still,
But you
Did you go to
gotta
Natchez
go to
Trace?
Cedarville.
Did you go to Natchez Trace? Did you go to?
I've been to Parrotsville. Parrotsville.
Nah, doesn't matter. No. Natchez
Parrotsville
Trace,
is not
Thousand
city.
Islands, Cherokee Landing, Reelfoot Lake, the country folk place.
One thing about y'all though, if you're typing it, you use the possessive form, you get to use 2 apostrophes in one word. Y'all.
I know, right?
But here's the thing.
Until you walk into the board meeting and you're like, "Hey y'all, how y'all doing?" And they look at you like some hillbilly done dragged his ankles up into their boardroom, and like, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah.
What's funny is
I used to drop y'all all the time in the
Except for in
chat and all,
Georgia,
but-
I can be myself in Georgia.
Well,
Georgia's very
yeah, I
accepting
was in
of me.
Georgia, but my closest boss was in Texas. Company was based in
Oh, you're fine then.
California.
It's Texas.
Well, it was based in California. We had team members in Singapore and Mexico and Indonesia and all over.
But here's the thing, like I'm originally from New York. But I spent a lot of summers in the South. So I'm a northerner raised Southern style.
Okay.
Cause my parents are from the South. My parents is from my dad's from South Carolina. My mom's from Tennessee.
Okay.
But I'm a
That's an
straight up.
interesting raising.
Yeah, I'm a straight up New Yorker, born and raised. I didn't leave New York till it was time for college, and I came to school in Virginia. So yeah, from all aspects of life in New York. But my parents, like we had it was just a Southern upbringing, just. I don't even know how to describe it.
My brother Dale, my other brother Dale.
But that's the thing, like you heard me earlier, I said Mella Yella. Mella Yella. I'm like I said, I'm a huge fan. Like I said, I'm a huge wrestling fan.
Like Surge. It was like a drink, right?
Yeah. It's effectively the exact same. It's just like Squirt. It's just another knockoff. It's all Mountain Dew. It's a lot.
all fake news.
Yeah. Only reason I drank at the time as a kid is because of the wrestler, Dusty Rhodes. I was a huge wrestling fan. As you can see on my shirt, I still rock the Macho Man Randy Savage. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I still got my little Macho Man shirt.
Dwayne Johnson. At least he had acting talent.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. Can you dig it? I miss those guys.
Sorry, Jamie. I didn't hear what you said. You kind of.
I think she said she hates wrestlers.
Hates wrestling? Well, I mean, I don't like wrestling now.
Wrestling, just like I'm trying to think. Who did I like?
I had a coworker a while back that used to call all that wrestling stuff like the male equivalent of soap operas.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
There's an element of truth to that fucking statement. My brother's still in that shit.
Stop.
My brother's like 3 years older than I am, and he's still in that shit.
Oh, and he's like, it's still real to me, damn it.
Think about it. The combination of the Roman Colosseum fighting and
that mic
theater.
Sorry,
You can
we're trying. We're not trying to interrupt. I'm sorry. It's just your mic is cutting out. Sorry.
Yeah.
Mine?
Yeah. Sorry.
I actually, so it's your shitty connection. Just so you know.
I think it's because I'm on my work's VPN, so everything's and I'm
No.
full tunneling. Because I
No. Don't apologize to them. They don't have their network configured properly. That is on them. They do not have the proper QoS settings,
shit.
and they need to crank up their game.
No, damn
It
it.
ain't on you. It's on them. It's on them.
Don't you dare
I'm
blame my
receiving you
BSD.
just fine. I have the proper QoS configuration settings.
All I was
Thank
trying
you.
to say is that we couldn't hear you. We saw you talk, and then it cut out.
That's it.
That's all.
No, not we. I can hear her just fine. You need to crank up the QoS game.
Logan up here
Listen, apparently it's our fault for not being,
I know.
spending all day trying to figure out how to configure this shit. So I've clicked on
Absolutely.
options so many see I'm talking.
You got to get with the program, buddy. You got to get with the up game.
Hey, no.
The guy in the Batman shirt.
Open vSwitch is free. Open vSwitch is free.
Man, you like to talk shit.
No. I ain't gonna let them thrash you over your connection. I don't play that game. You own your shit. You own your shit. Don't make me get on my soapbox.
All I was saying
Own
was
your,
I saw you
own your shit.
talk and I feel bad.
Own your shit.
Cut out.
Own your shit. My network goes down. I just had 40 terabytes die, and I own my shit. And I had it up and running in 6 hours.
All right, we're gonna be quiet until you say you're done talking. Sorry.
Luigi is saying that whatever.
You'll have to forgive my network engineering background. They always blame the network. It's not the network all the time.
No. Now, as a fellow engineer, like I said, I use OpenBSD to this day as my firewall.
It's actually a really good one. It's a really good one.
Yeah, I've been rocking with OpenBSD since 3.8.
Have you looked at BSDR? Have you done anything with BSDR yet?
Oh, it's a kitty cat. BSD what?
BSDR, BSD router.
No, I haven't. I've just been using OpenBSD for everything.
Yeah, look into OpenBSD router. Oh, sorry, BSD router combined with Open vSwitch. It's actually an incredibly good SDN setup. You can actually do some really crazy stuff with it.
Oh, I'm bookmarking this. This looks awesome, and I like the icon.
Yeah. Plus, you can do DPDK with MPLS on Open vSwitch, so it's actually pretty outstanding. It's actually part of network diagram for Panda. We're leveraging L3 switching combined with MPLS for QoS and multiple software-defined networking layouts, so that each individual developer and the environment can have their own fully configured network settings. They can set up their own. They'll have their own 192 network and their own 172 network, so that they'll have both of those IP spaces to play with. And it is yes, the sacred sin of double netting, but I don't care because they're given the full flexibility of multiple IP spaces to leverage for their own personal decisions and usages. So yes, the benefit is outweighed by the sin.
Question: anybody using IPv6 for their networks yet?
No, nobody is going to stay with IPv6.
Oh, we just don't know it.
Yeah, it's on, but everybody's leveraging IPv4, and it's already been talked about on many levels. And the ultimate decision is everybody's going to use IPv4 because cite me your IPv6 address. The thing is so damn long, unless you have a memory like mine, where I'm like freakishly programmed to remember ridiculously long strings of literally hexy characters effectively. Yeah. I mean, you're not going to memorize it. Whereas with me, I can cite off IPv4 addresses in the spaces all day long. At 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.10. 10.0.0.10 to the entire rest of the IP space, all the way out to 10.0.0.250. I can tell you every system in between. 10.100 through 10.200 is all of the OpenStack servers. The 10.40 through 10.50 is a server and core services. But you start doing IPv6, it gets ridiculously complicated. And that's why nobody leverages it. It's too hard to work with IPv6 and an environment. It's just too much effort. And to track it and to get everybody else on the same page, there's been so much pushback on IPv6. It'd be smarter if they just reclaimed all the IPv4 spaces and then reissued them again. Right. That would make more sense, honestly, because we've got entire organizations that are fully WAN routable. And they don't need to be. I mean, why do we have entire? I mean, I've worked at multiple federal locations where they're leveraging an IPv4 A class for their entire network. The entire network, every desktop, every laptop, every device is routable because it's a WAN IP address, and it's just pointless. Don't do that. Take the IP space back and then reissue it. It makes so much more sense.
Yeah, we had 2/8s, and while the addresses are routable, obviously they had a bunch of ACLs and rules
and stuff in place where you wouldn't do that. But it's a complete waste.
Exactly.
Why do that?
Yeah. I mean, we had 2 full /8s. Or just
what the hell are you gonna do with 2
we didn't need that many externally facing IPs.
Nobody needs that many externally facing IPs. I don't even care if you're Google. Even Google doesn't need that many IP spaces. You don't need that many spaces. How many locations you really got?
You don't.
Well, we did have about 330 data centers around the globe, but it was still too much.
But even with 330 data centers, you have to have tens of millions of customers that all need multiple WAN routable IPs before you can
now to partially defend that, there was
you work for Hurricane Electric?
No, there was a separate /8 that came from 2 different companies when they merged. It's 15. and 16. If you want to know my history.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're and I don't know how they're split now. It's that company split and merged and spin merged and did all kinds of shit since I left them. But so I don't even know what IPs which company has now because they that place really went to shit. But yeah, we were definitely wasting a whole bunch of IPs for quite a while.
Yeah, for Steven, I'm sipping some Irish whiskey and coffee.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, I haven't
some Jameson Gold.
I think that's just called an Irish coffee. I think that's what the drink is actually called, is an Irish coffee.
Yeah. I mean, I got coffee.
Let's go.
Oh, wait a minute. Look, my hands are up.
I'm a Johnny Walker guy. I'm sorry.
Oh my God. No,
I'm more of a Glenlivet guy, but I do like that.
I have some Glenlivet too.
Like that gold.
A 16-year Glenlivet. I like it. It's not bad.
Yeah, have you ever had their 21-year Special Reserve?
No, can't find a bottle, or I pick it up.
Yeah, I used to splurge on that about once a year. I get that stuff was nice, but I do like that Jameson Gold though. That's I'm more of a single malt guy, but I do like that.
Jameson Gold.
Their gold is nice.
Here's what's crazy. Like I have it mixed with some organic coffee. I just kind of went like off the deep end. Like today it was just like a F it, go off the deep end type day. So I said, you know what? I'll get some organic coffee from Starbucks, put that in there, in my little coffee maker, and then just started pouring some of the whiskey in it. And I mean, it just so freaking good, right?
Anytime I hear the word organic, I mean, I know what it is. It makes me cringe. It's like, as opposed to inorganic lettuce. I mean, come on. Every food is organic. I mean, by definition, that's one of those, enviro weenie puke words to me. Sorry, but I'll gladly drive an old muscle car that gets 6 miles to the gallon. I'm not too green friendly.
I know I'm not green friendly. I don't listen. I am not an environmentalist at all. Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, I will if I gotta rev up something that just burns coal, damn it, I'm just burning. Like, I don't know, man. That's just the way I roll. I'm sorry. Like, look.
I realize there are pollution issues, like, if you look at stuff in China and whatnot, but I mean, the polar ice caps are melting on Mars, and that's not due to automobile exhaust. Okay,
no.
I mean, the sun's getting warmer; it's a cycle, and we're not changing it. Like, we can't adjust the temperature of Earth with the thermostat, no matter how much we legislate it. Exactly.
And this is why I just purposely buy my vitamin E oil for the baldy, and I put a hat on. when I'm in the sun.
What?
That's it. I have
What?
I put vitamin B. I put vitamin E oil on my head, and then I put a hat on when I'm in the sun.
I might be too white. I don't really understand that.
No, I mean I don't use sunblock. I don't do this whole vitamin E oil. I just walk out as is.
No. The E oil gives it the shine. Like it gives.
But if you want the shine, how come you wear the hat?
Well, that's just for the sun. Like when I'm not in the sun, then it just.
Okay,
it
you're going
shine,
for
the
just
oil.
clean look inside.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay.
Like, literally, like glistening. Like they be like, "Oh my God, Charles! Oh my God, did you just get your hair done?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got my head done." When I come into work, they're like,
would turtle wax work?
You took it back. Turtle wax.
Uh-huh.
Oh my goodness, he took it back. Turtle wax. I never put turtle wax on my head. I'm just.
I was just asking, would that work? I'm thinking it might be cheaper than vitamin E. Bro. I don't know. I don't do any of that, so I don't know.
Hey, we all got a little bit of cosmetic that we use. You know,
I definitely use a little bit of oil in my beard to keep this shit in
there you go. You got oil sheet in your beard.
This shit is my beard is kind of unchecked as it stands.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, mine is too. It's
pretty fucking
longer than yours, but
Shortly, I gotta shut this down though, because I gotta get up at 5 in the morning because I got a 7:30 in the morning flight, and I gotta get all my shit to the airport.
Oh.
So, I think I got some final words. I don't know if Janie's gonna rejoin us.
Well,
okay. Okay, my final word is I think I just trolled somebody.
Well, thank you. That's a good job on your part.
Anyone else?
Troll on, my brother.
I ain't trolling shit. I'm just working on my black velvet.
My final word is long live BSD. Ow!
Here.
Yep.
Anybody else got some words?
I guess not.
Well, gentlemen, and where we ladies left on. Okay. Well, ladies who may not be here anymore. We had two on for a while. You all have a good night, and I thank you very much. And I'll see you all in Albany, New York tomorrow.
Albany? What the hell are you doing in Albany?
Recording a conference.
Which one?
Anycon.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Wow, I missed that announcement.
It's hard to get publicity out for new conferences, but yeah, Albany. This is the first year at AlbanyCon and Anycon in Albany, New York, and yeah, they asked me a couple of months ago to be there, and well, I said yes. And
how's that? Any as in Northeast or any as in Albany, New York?
The A is Albany and the NY is New York.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was ANY or NE, like Northeast. All right, because either could have made sense. Yeah.
All right, folks, you all have a good night.
All right, you have a good one too, man.
All right, thanks,